life support, and everyone has a shot at all of it. More than $100,000 for first, and David Shaw, who made our final table of our PLO event just a couple of days ago, is going to start the action and raise the 200K.
Yeah, Shaw coming into the final table, third in chips, plenty of chips to work with, and he will be very aggressive, as we saw in the PLO final table. Another man that made the PLO final table, right there in front of us, Thomas, making the call with ace-8 suited on the button.
Action is all over to another very familiar face to a lot of people in the poker community. It is Mazerov. He's made many final tables, extremely well-studied pro, and he is going to 3-bet to $1 million very first hand.
Yeah, you gotta love it. 10's first hand of the tournament. You don't love the position though in the small blind, so not surprising that he came with a very large raise.
Thomas not going to be making this call, almost certainly. It's just too big of a chunk of his stack. Not worth it to gamble this many chips. Even though you're in position, ace-8 suited against this type of 3-bet.
Yeah, you're just going to be dominated so often by a bigger ace or flipping at best.
Even then, I think you're pretty confident you're not going to be flipping a lot of the time. Usually, all of Mazerov's medium to high pocket pairs are going to be making this squeeze, especially against the open. So I think it'll be a routine fold for Thomas after he gives it some thought. If you guys are just joining us live now on YouTube, welcome in. It is the final table of the Winter Poker Open 500K guaranteed event. This is our title event this winter. It has been a very exciting series so far. Multiple players here have already made a couple of our final tables, and they're looking to do it one more time and make the biggest score of them all. Over $118,000 or $19,000 for first. Such a sick prize pool. I think this thing guaranteed 500K, and they got to around 630,000. Is that right, Dan?
Yeah, that's correct. Over 600K in the prize pool. Down to the final 9 players of a field of 645. These guys have been working hard now. This is day 3 of this tournament, so most of these players have been playing for well over, I would say around 16 hours in this tournament, unless you played the turbo flight.
Yeah, I think everyone here is also pretty seasoned poker players. I know a lot of these folks have either pretty big scores under their belt or are no stranger to these final tables and big situations, as we see Sims start off the action, raising under the gun with ace-10 suited.
Yeah, a lot of these players have definitely had a lot of tournament final table experience, but about half of the players on this table don't have a 6-figure score. A lot of their tournament wins have been in smaller buy-in events, so I'm sure there's a lot of excitement here. Have a chance to get over 100K in a single tournament for some of these folks. Shaw making the call with 7 deuce diamonds. Got his first 6-figure score right here at Champions a couple series ago.
Take a flop. It is going to be an interesting one. It's a deuce for Shaw, but the nut flush draw for Sims.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely a flop that favors the range of the big blind, but nut flush draw is a big chunk of this, and it's going to go check, check. Shaw hitting a pair, now 2 pairs.
Terrible board for Sims' range. He's never gonna really have any of this. Shaw also turning top and bottom pair will certainly lead out on this turn, and Sims will at least be making the call with his nut flush draw.
Yeah, I would imagine the bet is going to be relatively small here. Shaw wants to get the value, can't possibly know that Sims has the nut flush draw. And he goes about half pot. Two of the larger stacks here at the table. Stack size obviously going to be a factor, but not as much as if there were, you know, dead short stacks that only had 8 or 10 big blinds.
Yeah, no one is facing insane ICM pressure, and Shaw, best hand gets way better. It is the worst hand in poker. Made the best hand this time. 7s, full, or deuces full of sevens, excuse me. Sims will not be paying any sort of bet on this river, so Shaw probably likely to fire for a large size just to get the fold.
$1.6.
2 bets. 1.6 million.
As anticipated, fires over the pot size here. 1.1 in the middle, 1.6 the bet. Just under 40 million chips in play. Lots of chips out there. Anderson, the big stack here, was 6.3 million. But this pot here is going to make Shaw right up in that area.
Fold.
Shaw gets the fold. He's up to 5.5 million.
Really big first pot for David Shaw to take down. Sims just taking his time, but obviously never making the call. And now we'll see what Shaw can do with this hefty amount of chips. He is the champion of our PLO main event. 50K guaranteed on that. Shaw taking home more than $32,000 just a couple of days ago.
More fold. 5 raises. 200,000. 6 fold. 7 fold. 8 fold.
Early open here from Anderson. King Jack suited. He'll make it 200,000 to go.
9 fold. 1 fold. 2 fold.
It'll fold around to Sims. Ace-6 in the big blind. Just one more big blind to call. I'm sure he's going to see the flop.
That's it.
King High Rainbow. Great flop for Anderson. Check, check. 4 of diamonds, no change.
Check. Five bet. 250. Fold.
Delayed C-bet, 250 from Anderson. No action, though, from Sims. Takes down the small pot, though, and increases his chip lead to 6.6 million.
I can go till the break.
Got some folks in the chat rooting on Dwan. He is in our 7th seat there. Lots of people watching live. Be sure to pop in and let us know who you're sweating, who you're rooting for today.
Six raises. 200,000. 7 fold. 8 fold. 9 fold. 1 fold. 2 fold.
Big slick for Kumar in the early position. He'll open 200K. And it folds all the way around to Vo in the big blind. I don't think he's going to defend with 7 tray off.
He will not. Makes the fold.
fold. 7 fold. 8 fold. 9 fold.
A few quick folds in early position, folding all the way over to Fam.
1 raise. 2
He's
tens,
going to raise it up.
2 fold.
Makes it 205 to go, 210.
4 fold.
Chip leader Anderson with a very defendable Queen Jack offsuit. Or excuse me, King 10 offsuit. Wow, and he's going to make the fold. Very surprised to see that.
Yeah, very defendable hand there in the big blind, but exercising some caution.
So next level is 1 hour.
Yeah, we finish it up and then they go to hours. And then back to 30 minutes when we finish up.
Yeah, you heard the players and floor man talking about the structure there. They had about 30 minutes left of this level. 50,000, 100,000 are the blinds currently. After that, we have 1 hour levels for the duration until it gets down to heads up. Then we go back to 30-minute levels, which I think is a fine way to do it. We don't want to be
We don't want to be here all
forever
night,
on the same
you know.
level with heads up play when you're cranking out like 30, 40 hands.
Yeah,
an hour,
absolutely.
you
And
7 fold.
you know, these guys, most of them here are no stranger to playing these longer levels. This will give everyone plenty of time to think through their decisions. So those longer levels really benefiting these short stacks like Thomas and Dwan right now. See if they can take advantage of it. Really, we have 3 almost equal stacks, which is
3 right.
very interesting. Bo, Dwan, and Thomas all about the same.
This one gets all the way around to the cutoff before being raised by Sims here. 210K, King 8 offsuit, and Vo with another nice looking hand here. King Queen of Hearts on the button. Just gonna call.
5 fold.
And it turns out to be a good thing he just called here, as Kumar has
6 calls.
ace 9, same suit in the big blind. Could be quite the clash if it comes out hearts, but 5 of the hearts already accounted for. But somehow 2
Oh,
hearts hit the board
gosh.
anyway. Wow.
Sorry.
This is going to be a nasty situation if these players end up drilling a heart.
Yeah, very nasty for Vo, who's one of the short stacks. Kumar has him
4 bet.
has about triple the number of chips he's got, so
For this price, Kumar certainly not going to be folding. I'm wondering if he might even get aggressive and go for the raise here.
definitely the type of flop that would favor the big blind defense anyway, and then he still has a chance to make a hand. But there are 3 players in here.
1.5.
1.5 million
1.5 million.
is the raise. Kumar putting in a huge portion of Bo's stack.
And not giving a great price to call with a draw here, but Vo does have 2 overcards and backdoor straight draw as well, so might think he has plenty of equity here. We can see obviously that his flush draw is dominated, so he really just needs to pair up or hit that straight somehow.
Nightmare situation here for Bo. Started off this final table relatively short.
If he finds the fold here, he'll be the shortest stack at 1.8. Still 18 big blinds. Plenty to work with, but doesn't feel good after you've already put some money into the pot.
Oh,
Look at this. Bo is going to make the call.
Isn't that all in?
no, he just
Oh, no.
I think.
And I think I think a hand might have just gotten exposed from Kumar. I think Kumar thought that Vo was all in, so he might have just exposed some or both of his cards.
145.
It's gonna
What
be
a
in
weird
there, man.
situation this is now.
Yeah. Floor man has been called. We'll find out shortly what happened here.
Guys, don't show your cards until the dealer says showdown. They're the only two.
Yeah, so it does sound like Kumar thought that Vo was all in and did show his cards, which actually is going to save Vo here unless he hits a king or a queen.
And Vo did say call, so he's going to lose those 1.2 million chips regardless.
Now what?
Oh, 260.
And Kumar just does the rest of it for him on the turn. I mean, if Vo saw both cards, he just has to fold. And he will. What a strange pot, but it's a massive one for Kumar.
Right.
It's crucial that you do not show your cards. We're playing for big money here, so they say you do it.
Sorry, I miscounted that. That's my fault.
Yeah, obviously not an angle there from Kumar. An interesting situation, obviously, when you show your cards there, but Kumar was the one who lost out on that situation.
Yeah, I mean, that saved Vo's tournament life, at least temporarily, because now he gets a chance to fold for at least a few more hands. That's pretty nasty, though, and it's going to give Kumar the pretty clear chip lead, almost 8 million in his stacks, what that one did. That's an interesting one to go over.
Yeah,
I thought it was
chip leader now is Kumar and Vo down below 6 big blinds. He's going to have to find a hand to go with before the button gets around.
The dynamics,
Big blind, rather.
the dynamics of this table have just changed a lot. Because Vo is now extremely short, going to have to be all in very soon for the rest of his tournament life.
Free rolling now.
I'm honestly shocked that Vo ended up making that call there, given that it was not for all of his stack, you know?
Yeah, that was very interesting.
I would have thought that Vo would have just ended up making the fold based on the number of big blinds he'd have left to play. You don't want
That's what I'll
to
do
be
next time. I
chasing
know I'm
second
ahead.
nut
Oh,
draws
really?
when your opponent could potentially already have a made hand or perhaps even a better flush.
You down to one table? Or
Neither here nor there, that is. The good news is at least Vo is still alive in the tournament right now.
my dream is to be as successful as him. We can help. We can help each
It's
other
an
out.
interesting ICM dynamic for Doan and Thomas now that they're going to be very incentivized to not play any hands until Vo either doubles or is eliminated.
Wayne, that was his.
Everyone's
Super
going to
Bowl
have
party. I don't know if you knew.
just chill out a
don't
little
know if you
bit,
know.
relatively speaking. Doan, one of those stacks who's very heavily incentivized to do exactly that. Don't get frisky, even with the hand like ace-4 suited. Gotta wait for Vo to bust to make those ladders.
Yeah, the first pay jump is just under $4,000. Everybody here guaranteed 11.8. First place, 117,000. So big jumps.
Checks twice, and Kumar makes the best hand on the turn. Hits a very beautiful 10. He's going to have the best of it.
Hear a lot of noise in the background. That's one of the final events of the Winter Poker Open Series. We have a one-day Turbo No Limit Hold'em going right now. I believe registration's still open on that, so come on down to Champions. Also, just today and tomorrow left for our big time special, 2-for-1 time. We'll match anything you buy.
That's a monster deal if you're going to play cash games in the Houston area. You're essentially paying $6 an hour for time, which is a truly unbeatable rate. So if you're going to come in and buy some cash time in bulk today and tomorrow are your last 2 days to do it.
Indeed. I know some of these players are really loaded up, and that's super smart.
Yeah.
Just get it taken care of. You know you're going to play poker. You might as well.
I mean, if you're a regular in the room or if you just think you want to be, it's really a great idea to load up on those time hours and then spend them by playing some cash here. If you play for enough hours, you also get a discount off of the meals. I believe it's a $10 discount. So multiple ways to save by playing here at Champions.
increase your win rate by $6 an hour instantly.
It's true. Literally, you literally automatically boost your win rate by 6 an hour. Not a scam this time.
Beautiful hand for Shaw. Early position, ace queen opens to 2 1/4.
Thomas, no stranger to these situations, although there's another short stack. King Jack is just too much of a hand to not defend. He will make the call, and it will be 10 high board. Good start so far for Shaw. Got shot for Thomas.
Definitely a better board for the range of Thomas here, and it'll go check, check.
Turn card 6 of clubs, also another favorable lower card in Thomas's wheelhouse. The problem is, I'm not really sure if you want to start turning king high into a bluff into one of the chip leaders when there is a super short stack at the table with you. Thomas is a little bit handcuffed, has to check because of that.
Yeah, exactly right.
Shaw's just going to take his ace high to showdown. Thomas really can only win this by putting in a bluff on this river. Again, not sure how incentivized he is to try, but he's going to put in a small one, makes it 200,000.
Shaw definitely has the hand to hero call with if he chooses to do so, but he's probably thinking the same thing you were saying. Thomas just isn't super incentivized to put any of his chips in here as a bluff.
Because of that, Shaw is just going to get out of the way, and a good small bluff and a nice pot for Thomas to take down. He's got a little more breathing room. 25 big blinds in that stack of his now.
Dwan and Kumar getting some more love in the chat. It's good to see some folks out there sweating this tournament, which is currently playing live. We are on about a 1 hour delay.
Kumar in the cutoff, going to begin applying pressure with his big stack. Makes it 200,000 to go. Going to fold all the way around to Mazerov, who has a dominating ace high, will also make the call.
Nobody's short. Nobody's short.
Not so sure about that anymore, Shavo. Looks pretty short to me, but Mazerov still in the lead with ace high on this board. Kumar quickly checks it back. And the ace on the turn will be trouble for Kumar. Mazerov turns the best hand. It's a better card for Kumar's range, so Mazerov will find the check, and Kumar doesn't bite, checks it back again. Mazerov's ace 9, good enough for the pot. Very interesting. Kumar not taking much time with his decision, just very quickly making the check.
Yeah, I wonder if he's trying to induce a bet here, thinking that he's ahead. Mazerov's going to be able to get this value. I just don't think Kumar can fold an ace.
I don't think so either. Also got removal to funky straights that the big blind could have, like 5-7. Kumar makes the call, and Mazerov's ace 9 will play, and we'll take the pot.
And now we have 3 stacks above 6 million. Kumar still the leader even after that pot there at about 7.4. Anderson and Mazerov both above 6.
Thank you.
2 folds. 3 folds. 4 folds. 5 folds. 6 folds.
Holding all the way around to the cutoff here, Dwan with a ace-10 offsuit. Obviously, a hand worth opening, but he is one of those shorter stacks.
Still going to give it a try. Opens it up. 200,000.
And Pham will have to decide if he wants to defend for one big blind with Jack-7 off.
30K.
Heads up.
Pham will defend the Jack-7.
Pham, another player, no stranger to this table. He got 5th place in this very tournament last year.
Very good for him, and a good flop for him as well. Flops bottom pair and the lead. Because of the stack dynamics, Dwan is very, very incentivized to just check this back. No need to bloat up the pot. Even though you're in position, there's really not merit to trying to bluff. If you get called, you're just going to have such a small stack remaining compared to the rest of the field.
One bet, 175.
Pham putting in a little bet here of 175 now, trying to get a little value out of his bottom pair. After the check back, and with the board pairing, he's probably relatively certain he has the best hand here. And it'll be a fold from Dwan.
Next hand, 75K, 150,
Blinds
150.
No, 61.
going up in a different tournament.
120, 120.
Oh, it is this tournament. I knew that number was wrong.
Yep, 60, 120, 120 is going to be the new big blind structure.
Yeah, very flat structure here for these guys. You get all the levels going from 51 to 6120. And this will be an hour-long level.
Time is very short for one particular player at the table, though. Vo, just 2 more hands before he's going to be under the gun and then really forced to put it in. It actually might be 2 hands. Or he'll be in the big blind, so he's gotta catch some heat very soon.
Yeah, and Dwan just above 15 big blinds, and Thomas at 20. Thomas not in emergency territory yet, but Dwan only has an orbit or 2 to make something happen with his stack as well. But neither of them want to get involved until Vo does. I think this is the one you go with right here if you're Vo.
5 folds.
I think I might have misspoke. I was referring to Vo earlier, and he finds ace-10 offsuit. That's way good enough to get it all in. Under the gun +1.
5,
Just about 5.5 big blinds.
6 folds.
Kumar has to
Here
let
we
it
go. Bust him. No.
And unfortunately has to let go of the 7-4 suited. It becomes much worse in a tournament configuration where it's really good in cash. It's a very unique hand.
Even I would fold 7-4 against a raise with a 5K pay jump. Or 4K pay jump.
I don't think Mazerov's going to fold King Queen. He is going to isolate here. Makes it 1 million to go. And Pham, look at this.
Oh my.
Pham wakes up with ace jack. Pham has to let it go because of the ISO bet. So Mazerov, blessing in disguise. He's got, the other dominating hand is out of there, but Bo still needs to hold and potentially fade some outs if he wants to stay alive in this tournament.
Indeed, and bad news for Vo. We saw an ace hit the muck in Pham's hand there, but he's still a favorite, 60-40 favorite to stay alive in this tournament. 7-4 gets there, but ace-10 still good for now. Oh no.
The turn card is the Dagger King. Mazerov taking a massive lead to the turn, and with that, he will eliminate Vo, who will be out of our tournament at 9th place.
What'd you say?
That is going to do it for that young man. He did have a sweet run here, though. 9th place in this tournament, good for $11,800. Thanks for Alex Vo for coming down to Champions and playing in our main event. Look at the payouts there now. Everybody guaranteed over 15,000, but everybody is eyeballing that top spot. 117,625 for first place, and a beautiful blue and white trophy. I think my favorite trophies of the season, or of the entire year, are this season, the Winter Poker Open trophies.
I would
really
have
like
to
those.
agree. Yeah, they're gorgeous. They look like a little icicle to me. Very nice looking.
Right.
Well made. You know, some kind of resin and wood. It's nice. It's one of the best trophies in the business. Take it from me.
Righty then, down to 8 players, 120K big blind, average stack now just right at that 40 big blind level. Tons of play here, but we do have 2 stacks with less than half of that.
6 fold.
I didn't want to twist the knife there, but 7-4 would have gotten there. Board pairs of 7 on the end.
Oh, wow. So 7-4 really should have been all in. That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, you know, GTO theory.
You know, in theory, 7-4 needs to be all in there.
Yeah, when it gets there, it should have gotten there, basically.
Absolutely.
What time does the live stream start?
Live stream will be on 25. It's going to start
4
at-
o'clock?
Yeah, 4 o'clock.
All right.
Folds all the way around to the blinds here. Shaw makes the call at 9-6, and Sims with an option and an ace high.
3 raise. 350.
Looks like Sims is going to put on the squeeze play. Makes it 360K to go. That's going to get the job done. Shaw will not be calling with
I want a
the
punt.
big lick
I already
offsuit.
outperformed my previous final table.
Yeah, definitely not a big incentive for Shaw to tangle with a stack that's bigger.
Only go up from here.
With a bad hand like that out of position. Folds all the way around to the cutoff. Fam with a small pair.
One raise. 255.
Puts in the raise to 255. And it will fold to Anderson in the big blind. He's one of the bigger stacks, but 8-6 offsuit, not the one he wants to defend with. He gets out of the way. Good result with 3s.
Yeah, you'll love to take those, and you'll see a lot of adjustments that these players are making at the final table. A bit under the radar, but I think it's normal if you're in tune with ICM. Though Kumar's the chip leader, he let go of ace-10 offsuit under the gun. You really don't want to be putting in raises with the bottom portion of your range when there are so many short stacks at the table who can potentially get their chips involved. It's essentially just donating to them, so pick better spots. Same thing, of course, for the hand that we just saw a second ago from Fam. Normally pocket three is not such a great hand, but opening from the cutoff much more comfortable than an early position raise. So don't be surprised to see these guys let go of some small to medium pocket pairs early position. This hand will not be let go of. Ace King suited and our short stack going is going to make it surely
240?
something like 240. Yep, there it is. Two big blind raise under the gun with a monster.
Second shortest stack here, but already facing a raise with a suited king. I don't think Thomas is going to get involved in this. Now he gets out of the way.
2 fold.
Uh-oh.
Bolts over to Sims on the dealer button, and he's also got big slick.
Very likely to put in a 3-bet, and I believe we're probably going to see an all-in from Dwan if that happens. And we can see they have the same hand, but it would be Dwan that would be at risk here with the shorter stack, even though he's got the ace-king suited.
Oh
my.
no. Folds over to the chip leader who's got black queens in the big blind.
The classic race, queens versus ace-king, but there's 2 of those ace-kings out there.
6 raise.
And Kumar rips it for 32 big blinds effective, covering Sims and Dwan.
7 total.
Dwan's going to make the call with the ace-king suited. Back over to Sims.
Yeah, what do you do if you're Sims here?
You fold.
Yeah.
You kind of don't really have a choice. I mean, obviously it's a shame that you put in such a big portion of your stack with the 3-bet, but facing a rejam, cold rejam from the chip leader at that, just really no chance you can put it in with ace-king offsuit. If either of your opponents have aces or kings, you're absolutely torched. You're flipping at best against a hand like queens. Your opponent's one or both of them probably has at least an ace in their hand. Given this aggressive action from the positions of half of him, I think it's just a trivial fold. It's an annoying fold, but gotta let it go, and that's what Sims does. Here we go, off to the races. This is a massive pot. 4.5 million chips in the middle. Dwan needing to double up to stay alive,
But
and
Charles
Kumar,
folded same hand,
if he can
so
hold,
not
he'll
really.
be a
Charles folded
monster
same
chip
hand,
leader.
so not really.
Yeah, and we see the percentages there, but those percentages do not take into account the ace and king that have already been mucked. So Kumar, a slightly better favorite to hold here. And that's bad news for Dwan, who now needs running straight cards, an ace or a king. The running straight cards won't do it now, actually. The queen would fill up.
Yeah, exactly.
Kumar.
The queen's not an out for him. He needs an ace or a king one time,
Okay,
and he
yeah.
cannot get there. Ethan Dwan's run is over. Unfortunate for him to bust out in 8th place. Good to make a pay jump, but what a cooler at the beginning of the final table.
Yeah, just nothing you can do there with that stack and ace-king suited. That's the hand you're praying for. But unfortunately runs into queens, and that will do it for Ethan Dwan. He'll be taking home $15,430 for his 8th place finish today, and that guarantees the 7 remaining players over $19,000. Man, I am surprised to see 2 players eliminated this early on this particular table.
I mean, me too. The players started ultra deep, but at that point, what can you do about the cooler there?
Yeah, nothing you can do there. I mean, you just have to continue with ace-king suited.
Last time I just got kind of lucky with happenstance that a guy woke up behind me. This time. Does it work correct? No?
5 fold. 1 fold. 2 fold. 3 raises. 240. 6 fold.
Cutoff open from Sims, king 10. With 7 players remaining now. Thomas in the big blind and a suited connector. He is now the shortest stack, but he has 20 bigs to start with here. Looks like he's going to peel a flop. Not much there for the 9-8. Sims still in the lead with the king 10. Not a great flop for his hand either.
Still in position, going to put in that small c-bet. It's a dry board, other than those diamonds. Lots of favorable turn cards for both players in this instance, actually. Low cards, better for Thomas's range. Basically every card 9 and above, great for Sims. I think Thomas is probably just going to let it go, no draw. Will fold, and Sims gets some of his chips back.
Amy.
I failed to mention after that last hand, Kumar now at a quarter of all the chips in play.
Yeah,
7 players left.
Just south of 10 million. That is a huge shift for the table's dynamics. There's still some big stacks, though. It's not like Kumar has no resistance on the path to glory. Bam and Shaw both with about 5 million, Mazerov with about 7, and Anderson with about 6. So I wouldn't be surprised if play significantly slowed down from this point. Now Thomas is really the only player who doesn't have a whole lot of chips to work with, but even then it's not so bad. He's got just a bit less than 20 big ones.
Just go with that.
Yeah, nobody in dire straits right now.
Both of the short-ist stacks have already busted in order of stack size. Doesn't always happen that way, but good to make one pay jump for him.
Low fold, 2 fold. 3 fold.
It's over to Anderson, who has been relatively quiet so far to start this final table. We'll begin proceedings with his one of his first raises of the evening from the cutoff.
6 calls.
Kumar, with all the chips in the world, can call on the button here with queen 10. I think most of these stacks would have just folded that hand, but in position with all those chips. Now it's Mazerov with the decision. Ace 5 in the big blind. He can close the action for 1 big blind, and he does.
3 players.
That's a weird hand to call without a position, though, because if you do hit your ace, well, I mean, you might be a little worried there.
Yeah, it's an awkward hand to play for sure, but Mazerov, he's studied his charts. He knows it's just close enough. This is going to be a bit of a spicy board here. Mazerov actually only has the 5 of clubs, but it's the only club these players have. Anderson, meanwhile, flops himself a jack, and Kumar has flopped himself top pair on this monotone board. I'm a bit surprised to see Anderson put in the c-bet on this board with multiple players. This all clubs board is certainly going to be...
And quickly raised.
This all clubs board is going to be favorable for the big blinds range, actually. Big blinds are going to have a lot of suited hands they're going to defend. But Kumar, swift punishment for Anderson's small c-bet.
Yeah, we saw this earlier, the very quick action, and he just grabbed a stack of chips and threw them out there like nothing.
Yeah, Raj Kumar played many tournaments with him. He acts quickly. He's made up his mind. He knows what decisions he's going to make and win. So it's good to see that confidence in play, and it's going to net him some more chips now just south of 11 million in his stack.
For sure. We see that a lot in cash games, but in tournament, it just seems like most of the players are much more deliberate. I guess if that's the way you act all the time, you got to act that way all the time.
Exactly. That extended thought process may be a giveaway if you act quickly some of the time. Still though, Kumar, he's got a good problem right now. He currently needs two sides of his card scanner in order to stack up the chips. So
he's built a fortress around his reader.
Yeah, that's the stack of a gentleman who is looking to go all the way, take home the title.
First player above 10 million now. Just 30 more to go. Slightly less than that.
Well, once again, fold over to Kumar, who is the chip leader with a suited 10, but he will not even give it mind. Makes the fold. Mazerov with an above average hand. It's the Jack-8 offsuit. He will just limp in and call. Pham with also a quite above average hand. Ace-deuce suited from the big. Pham will find the check, and Mazerov will find the gut shot straight draw on the flop. Certainly can put in the lead, but he won't. He'll check. I think for Pham, with no pair, no draw, ace high, he's going to consider turning his hand into a bluff. Leads out for a big blind, 120K.
Mazerov will continue. Interesting.
For such a small size, it's worth giving it a chase, and Pham improves on the turn, but it brings in the third heart. Might see this slow action down a bit and go check, check. Mazerov with some equity, flush draw and straight draw working in his favor. Pham continuing to tell the story, and he went from bluffing to value on the turn, picking up top pair. That continuation will get Mazerov to fold. Pham takes down a nice pot.
Pick the efficient way to get it to you without splashing everything.
But this felt is built for splashing. Such a beautiful hue of blue or something.
Pulls first. You gotta do that to win. Yeah.
A suited ace for Anderson, early position. Reaching for raising chips. It's going to be ace-4 versus 4-4 if Kumar decides to continue with this small pair. A lot of players behind him. He'll just get out of the way.
Small pair gone. Thomas, ace-5 suited in the cutoff. He's had a lot of funky decisions with these small suited aces so far today. I think he will continue to make the right choices here. This isn't a favorable situation to want to make the call, especially when you're not guaranteed to be in position. He will make the fold. Mazerov can definitely consider playing this 9-8 suited from the button. He's got position, he's got plenty of big blinds, and he has a hand that performs very well against an under-the-gun opening range on these low to medium boards. He can apply a lot of pressure there. And Shaw also picks up a suited 7, will make the call. So Anderson with a slight lead, but Mazerov most equity going into the flop. Instead, it will be an ace-high board for Anderson, and neither player catches their flush draw on the flop, so this hand might be over pretty quickly.
Shaw does hit a small piece here with the tray, but yeah, I doubt he will continue if Anderson comes with a bet here. The early open should signify this board hitting an ace.
Shaw can't hold on for that price on this board texture, and it will be another pot going Anderson's way. Expect to see a lot of these small back and forth pots. Players exchanging some chips.
Unlikely for most of these players to get out of line here. They're waiting for Thomas to make some kind of move.
Thomas still has plenty of time. He's in the cutoff this hand, or next hand rather, so he's going to be doing just fine.
And still has well over 10 big blinds, so he's not in emergency territory either.
And the big news for these players is because the final table operates on hour-long levels, Thomas is really not under that much insane pressure to make any out-of-line moves, right? You'd probably see in a lot of standard tournament configurations, once you get this short of a stack, sub 20 bigs, you're starting considering jams or open jams with certain hands, but Thomas has plenty of time to be patient and potentially pick a slam dunk of a spot as opposed to just taking something marginal.
Yeah, definitely in some different tournament structures, you might see having 18 big blinds and know that by the time the blinds get around to you, you're only going to have 13 big blinds because
Exactly.
the blinds have already gone up.
But Thomas has got plenty of time to play some cards. Fan peels ace-8 offsuit from the dealer button. He will start proceedings with the raise, and David Shaw, queen-jack suited. Shaw starts this hand with just south of 40 bigs. He will make the call.
And another queen-jack suited.
Sims is also going to be defending this hand, no question about it.
How many times is Sims going to have the same hand as another guy today?
Well, it's weird that it's happened twice, I'll give you that.
Yeah, in 19 hands, that's pretty...
pretty rare. Sims and Shaw make the call. Shaw and Sims both have live suits.
Congrats, man. I want to be like you. I want to have one of those trophies.
And it's a king-high flop that nobody really loves.
Yeah, all black cards, no pair, no wear.
In position, we'll see if Fan wants to turn his hand into a bluff. And it's probably just going to work if he does. King-high boards are going to be better for the button opener. He will put in that bet, and that's probably going to end the affair for Shaw and Sims. It's a healthy bet, too, 475,000.
The bet does get it done. Another ace-5 for Mazerov in the hijack. This time he's going to open 250. Holds to the small blind of Sims, king-jack of diamonds for him. He'll make the call. Anderson can close the action for just above one big blind, but we'll get out of the way with 7-5. Heads up we go.
We have a gut shot on board for Sims. Mazerov's ace high still in the lead. Paired board, queen high. Go either way here between a small bet or a check if you're Mazerov. Mazerov chooses the former, small bet, 200,000. For this price with a gut shot, 1 over, backdoor diamonds, I think you can make the call as Sims. Just have to understand you probably won't be able to withstand a double barrel if you do not improve in some way on the turn. Calls the 200K to see if he can catch a favorable turn card. It is a nice catch indeed. Sims drills the card he was looking for the most. Offsuit 10 now has the nut straight. There are full houses available, but I think Sims will be pleased with his position, especially if Mazerov checks behind.
And he does.
Mazerov's ace high does not improve on this run out. Sims with a clear bet for value, and I don't think you want to go too large here. You're trying to get value from that weaker portion of Mazerov's range. The only things that Mazerov is going to be checking behind that actually beat you are the super top of his range, like queens full or tens full or something like this. Maybe queen 9, but I don't even know if Mazerov's opening that sort of hand at this stage in the final table. So Sims should probably, I think, bet on the smaller side just to try and target the weaker portion of the Mazerov range and see if we can get a call from that.
Boy, it looks like he's going to go enormous instead, overbetting the pot.
Not going to be small even at all. Fires away, and I think I understand the aim here, trying to get some kind of value, but...
And the fold comes
immediately.
Pot-sized bet there of Sims.
Yeah, I think I can see what Sims was going for there, looking to get maximum value from a hand like aces or kings, maybe ace queen, king queen, those sorts of hands. But Mazerov's range is surprisingly polarized on that river. It's either very strong or very weak, given the action and the check-check, I think.
Yep, hoping for very strong, I guess, was the straight.
No very strong this time, but can't complain about being back up to 3.5 million in chips. Actually, 4 million, excuse me.
Ace queen under the gun for the short stack. And again, he does have well over 10 big blinds, so no need to open jam here with these hour-long levels. But definitely going to be coming with a raise, I would imagine, with this hand.
8 raise, 250.
Does raise to 250 and gets it to fold all the way around to the blinds, but we're going to have somebody at least making a call here.
This is going to be tricky. I think Anderson can go either way. With Thomas having the shorter stack at the final table, I think Anderson can apply the pressure with a hand like pocket jacks. Fourth best hand in poker, you're going to be ahead of your ace kings, ace queens of the world, ahead of those smaller pocket pairs like 8s through 10s that Thomas would potentially be opening. Now, in theory, especially deep in a tournament, pocket jacks is actually a flat more often than you'd think from the smaller big blinds here, but Thomas will not be flatting this time, out of position. We'll put in the 3-bet to 850,000. And this is a monumentally important decision for Thomas here. He is the shortest stack at the table. And based on how the final table is played 20 hands in, I don't think Thomas is going to feel he's being picked on necessarily. These players haven't really been clawing at each other's throats for every single pot. and this is a pretty significant 3-bet, so I think Thomas should definitely pay this respect. Not think that Anderson's
Lucky.
getting out of line.
Yeah, it's
Some of it is
obviously
luck, for
hard
sure.
to fold ace-queen offsuit, especially when you've put in a couple big blinds out of
5.5
your less than
maybe.
20. But
6.
these guys have been
Good fold.
playing a lot of tournament poker and much better at this game than your average Joe, and they're not going to fall in love with a hand like that.
Yeah, the answer there is very clearly fold or 4-bet all in. And I think if he 4-bet all in, he would never be getting called by worse. So I think that's kind of the calculus for Thomas here. It's always better to be the jammer than the caller, I suppose. So he still could have played it as a 4-bet jam, but it's not less likely to work out as we look at our updated chip counts after losing that pot. Thomas down to 1.775 million. Our chip leader Kumar just south of 10.5 million. The rest of the pack pretty equivalently distributed. Anderson through Shaw sitting with anywhere between 6.5 to 4 million in chips.
Our first dealer change of the stream. Rich going out, Giovanna coming in, two of the best dealers in all of the land. We're lucky here at Champions to have some of the best dealers in the world right here in Houston, Texas. And you can experience that. Come and visit us here. 6440 West Sam Houston Parkway South, just outside the Chinatown area in the heart of Houston. We're also the only poker club in the entire state of Texas with a hotel on site, so you can stay right here and play some poker. Book your room, championsclubtexas.com.
I know we're cooling off for the Winter Poker Open. Do you know of any other series or events that players can look forward to here at Champions, or are we currently waiting on announcing some of those?
Well, the next thing coming up is not necessarily going to be a series, but we have a massive multi-flight tournament coming up in March. The March Madness multi-flight 500K guarantee. It's going to be an $800 buy-in. We'll also be running lots of satellites for that, and that's going to be March 11th through the 17th. No, 11th through the 15th.
It's going to be pretty sick because that is that's even less of a buy-in than there was for this main event, which also had a 500K guarantee. So you're going to see a pretty similar weighty prize pool just 1 month from now. You too could potentially play on one of these big final tables with some of these crushers, as we see Sean Thomas taken to the streets. Two suited connected hands, Jack 9 versus 10-8. It's going to be a gutter ball for Shaw and hearts for Thomas with 2 overs.
Yeah, that should be a great event, and I imagine we will be streaming that final table as well. So.
Absolutely. 7-4 gets there on the turn. Way better board for Thomas's range. Way better board for Thomas's hand, but he just doesn't have the chip stack to really go crazy here. Thomas checks it a second time with a commanding lead with Jack High, interestingly enough.
Shaw picks up a second gut shot, but as you said, 10 high is worse than Jack high almost every time.
It's true. This poker analysis you'll get nowhere else on any other live stream, as the heart does get there on the river. Flush for Thomas. Thomas seeing this passive action from Shaw twice, probably unlikely to check it for a third time.
Unfortunately for him, Shaw does not have a hand that can hero call unless Shaw decides to go crazy and make some kind of move here. Thomas is not getting value out of this flush. We saw Shaw and Thomas play a lot of hands against each other earlier in the week here at the PLO Championship. Shaw ended up taking that one down after a roller coaster ride. Got up to chip leader, then got down to the shortest stack, then got back up to chip leader again. It was pretty amazing to watch.
Yeah, it was an incredible run for sure. Lots of ups and lots of downs. Don't expect this roller coaster to be quite as bumpy, but I do expect it to be just about as lengthy. That final table went on for quite some time, and this one definitely going to go for a while here. Lots and lots of big blinds in play means lots of hands that we're going to see here.
Yeah, we may see a little tiny bit of a speed up after this level. I do believe the 5K chips get colored off, and a lot of times there's a psychological thing that happens when you take a bunch of chips off the table and the stacks look shorter even though they're not. Sometimes you'll see a little bit more action, and obviously the opening raises go up that much as well.
For those of you unfamiliar with our chip denominations, we've got the pink 5K chips currently in play. Those will be out of play after this level. Greens are worth 25,000, and those minty, wintry blues are worth 100,000 each. If they decide to bring out any of those plaques can be worth either 500,000 or $1 million in chips, just depending on which plaques they bring.
Action folding all the way around to Kumar's button here. The chip leader with King Jack almost certainly going to open.
240.
240.
And it looks like it's going to be a raise and take it. I do not think Mazerov is defending 8 deuce offsuit.
We haven't seen Kumar pounce necessarily, trying to play a larger range of hands. I think at this point, Kumar kind of trying to cool off and let the final table play out just a bit more. He doesn't have any hyper short stacks that he's able to target immediately. Now, it will change, of course, when Kumar gets the position of being blind versus blind against Thomas.
Yeah, we haven't seen a whole lot of hands that have folded around to Kumar in late position, though.
Right.
It'll be interesting to see if we do, and he has one of those middling hands, if he does decide to apply some pressure. He definitely has the chips to do it with, and you and I both know from calling and watching so many final tables, and you've probably played a number of them, that aggression does pay off, especially when you get down to these big payout jumps.
100%. Shaw going to continue with his pretty aggressive image. If you've played some poker with him, he raises under the gun with a suited ace.
Yeah, that's a prime example of aggression paying off. Shaw is definitely one who's not afraid to put some chips in the middle, and he's not afraid to find a lot of final tables.
Mazerov appeals ace-5 offsuit, but this is a bit of a different circumstance. Not defending his big line, so he'll make the fold. Fam's not going to be folding Jack-10 offsuit. That is super defendable. Obviously, you don't love being against the under-the-gun raise, but it's enough of a hand to see a flop, and I think that's what we'll do. Effective stack, Shaw in the lead so far, and that is going to change on the flop. It is a jack for Fam. The problem is that this is a great board for Shaw's range. King Jack 8, he's going to have all the best draws, all the best hands, all the best pairs. So despite only having ace high, no backdoor draw, I think Shaw will be finding a seat bet here.
What's up?
This type of board,
Yeah.
not favorable at all for the big blind defender.
No, you played it perfect. I would have done
Maybe I shouldn't say at all. Big blind is obviously going to defend a lot of suited King X, 8X, and Jack X, so they'll have some of this.
I mean, it was 50-50. You
Not
just lost it.
advantage
If you win, you have a
in
lot of
favor
chips.
of
You have like 3 million now.
Which play same I do?
Yeah, exactly the same.
So much better then.
Yeah.
You playing in a tournament?
Which one?
Oh, well, upcoming one. And what?
Nah, I'm gonna take a break probably. Well, I'm going to North Carolina
That one?
next week. Yeah, Cherokee. Yeah,
Board pairs here.
Atlanta,
King.
and then like yeah,
Less likely now that Shaw's going to have that, so this is a pretty
from
good
Atlanta
card for Fam.
to Cherokee. Yeah, you kind of have to.
And he's going to check it here. Do you think he's checking to induce a bet, or?
I don't know if it's checking to induce, probably checking to check call if Shaw decides to fire a double. I don't think that that's going to be the case anymore. Fam has showed some interest in this pot, and this should be a board that's all over Shaw's range. So unless Shaw wants to fire a deadly double barrel, which he's not going to, I think that's the wise choice. It will check through, and I think Fam is going to feel pretty great about his hand most of the time now. I don't know if it's worth leading. You might want to check and see if you can get Shaw to fire out some kind of barrel at this point.
Yeah, 5 of hearts on the river, definitely a brick of cards here, not changing anything.
675.
Bam will lead though, makes it 675,000.
Just over half of what was in the middle. Tough for Shaw to even make a hero call here. He's losing the most aces. Kicker still plays. Losing to any pair, obviously.
I don't think Shaw is really considering a call here. Call with the ace deuce high. Probably not going to do it. Obviously, all ace highs are equivalent on this type of board, but it's not the point. But wow, he does. He puts in the hero call, looking to sniff out the bluff, and Fam gets value on the river. Nicely done.
What a hand and what a turn of events there. Fam now up over 7 million, and Shaw down below 300 or 3 million.
Yeah, I actually thought Shaw was considering turning his hand into a bluff on that run out, but ends up making the hero call. Fam takes down the pot.
Well, the roller coaster is back on for Shaw. Let's see if he can make a repeat of what he did in the PLO event. Got down pretty short and ended up coming back and taking the whole tournament down. The lion's share of a chop.
Shaw's not a stranger to both positions on these sorts of final tables, commanding chip lead or the underdog, but gotta have a short memory in this lovely game of poker. Just don't remember what happened the previous hand. Make the best decision you can every hand going forward. Thomas picks up a very strong hand off of a short stack. He finds ace queen again. This time it's the cutoff.
Yeah, we saw him make a very disciplined fold with ace queen earlier. Opens this one to 275. And it will quickly fold to Shaw. King 8 in the big blind. He'll just get out of the way. Folds to Mazerov's cutoff. Ace 5 for him again. He's been living with that hand. He makes it 250 to go. Queen Jack in the big blind for Sims. Giving it some thought. Likely to at least peel a flop here.
No change for either player on the flop. Ace high, still good. 8-4-4 is an okay board for the big blind defense. but it is still pretty dry. Mazerov has enough showdown value to check this back. It will be a 10 on the turn. Gut shot for Sims now.
Still no bet from Sims.
Sims might lead out on this turn card. The lead c-bet now for Mazerov makes it 225,000. Sims has annoyingly enough of a hand to make the call. Might be what's going through his mind right now. He is going to
Delayed check raise.
check raise now. Interesting.
And I think that's what Mazerov was afraid of on that flop. Big blind defense is going to check raise a lot of times when it comes with a paired board and low cards, correct?
Yeah, I think so. And Mazerov, just with ace-5 high, doesn't really have the ability to defend. Even if he doesn't believe, calling this bet is not the thing you're worried about. It's the river. Mazerov either needs to fold or put in one heck of a 3-bet re-raise on this board, which I don't think is likely. He's got that ace of clubs in his hand, so it's a bit less likely that Sims is on a flush draw as well, so Mazerov will let it go.
Well played by Sims. Sims with a chance to take down his largest cash ever here. Largest reported cash so far, 43K. Third place or better at this table will get him a little bit more than that.
Sims is also no stranger to the tournament poker scene. He's played a lot of these tournaments here at Champions Club Texas, as well as other rooms. And as we cut over to our chip leader, who picks up a very big hand under the gun, pocket jacks. Kumar cuts out the standard raise, 240,000.
Mazerov with a playable hand here, but facing a raise will get out of the way with the king-queen offsuit. Doesn't want to tangle with the chip leader at this point.
David Shaw makes the fold, and Sims picks up pocket sevens in a small blind. This is another one of those weird spots that you have to nail if you're playing tournaments. If you're going to play a hand like sevens, it's always is a flat. Never, ever any reason to 3-bet, especially the chip leader. So Sims is going to make the call, and Anderson will have to fold his rags. So set mining operation for Sims, any other situation, and he is probably just going to have to fold post-flop. No set, no wear. It is a 10-high board for Kumar.
Now, theoretically, not a terrible flop for the small blind defense.
Kumar's exact hand is never really going to interact with this board unless he's got precisely 10s or 8s. Bim should have some more of the sets on this board. Kumar's going to check back. I think I like this a lot. This board's not really much of his range. This is a better turn card for Sims, who picks himself up a gut shot. The 6 will give him a straight.
Sims does have that 7 of clubs, but unfortunately for him, Kumar has the bigger club as well with the jack. Another check from Sims. Kumar looking back.
Doing a quick club check. No quick decisions from Kumar this time. It's going to be a more complicated spot. Late c-bet this time from Kumar incoming. Looks like he's counted out a healthy stack of 250K. It's about 2 big blinds.
Just over 700,000 in the middle, and Sims will make the call here, looking for a 6 or a 7. Does not want to hit a club. And it's a club.
Club hits the river, and it's an interesting club at that, the 3 of clubs. Now we'll have to see what Sims elects to do. I mean, I'm sure he's just going to check. This might go check, check a lot of the time.
Yeah, you can get yourself in a lot of trouble value betting your jack high flush.
Jack of clubs, and that's going to be enough to take down the pot from Kumar.
The rich get richer.
Chip leader stack gets bigger, 11,500,000 almost in that stack, 11,460 to be precise. Anderson makes the call for 60,000 from the small blind. Kumar checks his option with that King 10 suited, and it will be a draw for Kumar, King 10. Meanwhile, Anderson bottom pair. Anderson begins proceedings with a lead. Leads out for 150, and Kumar not going anywhere for that price. Turn card brings in the 3 of clubs. It's a brick. Anderson now finds a check, and Kumar snap checks it back, and he gets there on the river. Front door spades arrive, but it is the king high straight for Kumar. Check from Anderson. Kumar fires out a small bet, 225. Giving a nice price for Anderson to look him up. Anderson makes the wise fold, lets it go. Kumar will take this pot. Kumar's small blind folded over to him, and he's got 10-9 suited. He's up against the short stack. Kumar raising it to 500,000. This is a big bet. Doing this to apply maximum pressure to Thomas. And Thomas now going to be in a very strange position, facing this massive raise from the chip leader. I talked about this situation. Kumar has just been waiting to finally get some pots heads up against him. And Thomas has no easy decision. He's got a pair. Might be flipping against a lot of the squeeze range of Kumar, but some rare instances where he'll be dominated. You can hear Thomas talking to himself too. And all in from Thomas, fearless. Good work from him to sniff this out. He's got to realize the chip leader's potentially doing this a bit too wide, and you have to take a stand sometime. Thomas can win this pot. He's going to add an extra 500,000 chips onto his stack and bring back his big blind, which would be huge for him. Kumar tries this play and gets it stuffed in his face, and good play from Thomas. Takes down those chips.
Nicely done. And that is going to end this level. They're going to do a quick race off of the 5K chips here, and blinds will be going up 75 and 150,000.
Here's our tournament director, Brian. Absolutely one of the best in the business. Shout out to all of our tournament directors and floors here at Champions Club. Let's take a look at the updated chip counts. With Thomas getting that move through, David Shaw is now the short stack, proceeding on to the next level. Thomas and Shaw close to the bottom. Meanwhile, Kumar and Pham all the way up at the top. And we are finally bringing out the plaques. Orange plaques are worth 500,000 chips each. You'll see a couple of those distributed throughout the table.
Those are actually the 1 million plaques.
Oh, okay. The 500K plaques are they purple? What's the color on those?
I believe so.
Okay, so we've got the milli plaques in play. Very cool. It's kind of hard to read from over here. I'm not that good at, like, I can kind of see it. It's
I'm sorry.
pasted towards the bottom.
Sorry about that.
The draggers are back in Pham's hand. You saw him win one with the trays earlier, but he was in position here under the gun. Opens to 350 for the first hand at 75, 150. And Thomas looking down at one of those threes, but he's got an ace. Less than 20 big blinds now for Thomas and also for Shaw. This increase in blinds has put the average stack at 36 big blinds, but a lot of those averages are going to be skewed by Kumar's giant stack here. Now we're talking 7-4 of hearts getting involved.
Mazerov knows.
It's 2 over cards.
He knows what's up. 7-4 hasn't gotten there quite yet on this ace-high board. In all seriousness, it's pretty bad board for Mazerov's range. Mazerov's not really going to have very many of these aces, like ace 10 through king, that Pham will have all of. So bet from Pham is probably going to end proceedings quickly, I'm afraid, Dan.
Yeah, and he goes pretty large here as well. Looked like 475. Okay, I thought it was 575, but still, Mazerov going to have a hard time with backdoor draws, making a call here. 7-4 will not get there.
No call from Mazerov, and Pham takes down another pot. Slowly built up his chip stack and has slowly but surely jumped his way up to second in chips, winning several key pots, including getting a hero call out of Shaw earlier on in the final table. Played very well so far. There's a reason he got 5th in this very same event last year, and he's looking to go a couple of spots better this time.
Yeah, there's also a reason he's got 2 million in reported earnings poker tables. He is quite the player.
I think Pham and Mazerov have the two largest ten and mobs out of the players at this table, if I've done my lore and research correctly.
Yes, most definitely. And pretty close to the same level are those two players. Folds through to the button of Thomas, and he has another big hand here. Ace-Jack on the dealer button.
He's got less than 20 big blinds. He's actually got 18 on the dot. So this is a hand that you can do a couple of different things with. You can open jam from the button if you just want to deny equity, but I think that's the more timid form of action. I think a regular raise is totally fine, and you can evaluate from there if you get stuffed on. And instead, this raise, I think, is just going to get a lot of respect. Pham might defend his big blind, but he's got to know that Thomas has something pretty strong under the hood.
Yeah, the Queen 7 hits the muck.
Nice hand from Thomas.
Big stack with big hand here. King 10 of hearts makes it 375. It will fold to Mazerov's button. Ace 7 for him. And it's not going to be defendable for Shaw in the big blind. Folds all the way around.
Heat, baby. Send me some steam.
How much you bet over the game? $1 million. Really? I love that ball when you go to the season on super money. Yeah. That's weird. I had to put money ahead of it. I like that actor too. Brandon Lang.
Mazerov, ace 10 in the cutoff. He's going to open 3 1/4. And Pham squeezing with the Queen 9. Ooh, on the button here. Interesting.
This is the first real move that we've seen, and I think Pham really starting to abuse the amount of chips he has. Truth be told, I think Pham is sort of doing that thing where you, I think it's a term that people have referred to it as acting like the chip leader. Obviously, Kumar with the lion's share of chips, but Pham choosing to get aggressive and see if he can get some moves on some of these potentially shorter stacks directly on his right, those being Thomas and Mazerov, they are the ones who are in the line of fire of this Fam aggression, and he's just going to take it down. Nicely done, and a seasoned move from the pro.
Yeah, we've really only seen that one move from Kumar, blind versus blind, right before the last level ended. So it's good to see a little bit of aggression here that might speed things along.
Yeah, if we can get some very large chip stacks accrued, then that's going to lead to some scary situations where they are going to be able to have you make a tough decision for your tournament life. Finally seeing some pretty clear separation from the pack. Kumar Fam clear first and second. And we see Shaw Thomas clear bottom two as well. So interesting dichotomy developing.
Yeah, only one stack sort of in the middle there is Anderson, but the two big stacks have more than double the chips of all of those lower stacks. So definitely a different look than when we first started this final table and the stacks were relatively flat.
And this is a hand that Shaw would get aggressive with under normal circumstances, but not with a short stack. He's going to fold the 8-6 suited, and Sims definitely has a raising candidate here with the King-Jack offsuit. We'll bump it up.
He's going to run into it here. Goes with a large sizing, as you normally would, raising from the small blind. Goes to 450.
Well, I don't think Anderson's going to be folding this one, Dan.
No, and I don't think he's just going to be calling either.
No.
Stim started the hand with just under 3.8 million. So puts over 10% of his chips in the pot.
I kind of like jam, and I also like a regular 3-bet sizing. I'm really interested to see what Anderson does here. I think you can go both ways.
Now, regular from a large open of Sims here, what would be a regular 3-bet? Like 1.1 or something?
Well, all in is the option that Anderson has chosen. In position, I would say you can maybe click to something like 1.1 million if you want to go regular size, but I really like this all in more here from Anderson. It's very polar, either nuts or potentially some kind of rebluff that might have gotten a call out of some of Anderson's dominated pairs like 10s and 9s and 8s and things like that think they might be flipping, but I think it's a good squeeze play. I like the all in, and Anderson has now contributed to an even more top-heavy chip distribution. Shaw, Sims, and Thomas all in the same ballpark now, between that 2.2 to 3.2 million chip range, while the top dogs continue to make some space for themselves.
Yeah, and I think we will start seeing, now that we've seen it a couple of times, I think we're going to start seeing a little bit more aggression from the bigger stacks, whittling away at these small stacks because they're all looking for pay jumps, and the big stacks are looking to increase their lead. Once again, 7th place, 19,370. First place is 117,000. So obviously a massive jump there, but there's a big jump between 7th and 6th also. $4,000. Nothing to sneeze at. Another King Jack, this time in the hijack. Fam makes it 350,000 to go. 10-8 suited for Kumar. The two biggest stacks. And Kumar is going to defend. Kind of surprised Kumar's choosing to tangle with Fam here with just 10-8 suited.
I think you can go both ways. 10-8 suited is, I think, just good enough, just suited enough, actually, to defend. I think 10-8 offsuit in the muff, 10-8 suited is going to get called a lot of the time, hoping to flop a flush draw or a straight draw to play back at the chip leader. But when you miss like this, it's not too terribly expensive, so I don't hate it. I think if it were maybe a pip or two wider, like 10-6 or 10-7 suited, you could consider letting it go, but that level of connectedness is going to be just enough to play from the big blind. That's a big part of tournament poker that's a little spooky. Even for me still, I have to work on it, but you have to defend your adequate thresholds for your big blind. Otherwise, you will get pushed around a little. I know that's different in this exact situation because Kumar has a chip lead, but I think he's doing a good job of figuring out what hands he needs to make moves with or defend. For example, I really liked his squeeze with 9-10 suited from the small blind earlier. That gets a fold out of a bunch of Thomas's range. He just ran into a pair and couldn't go anywhere.
That's the difference between you and I. You know what you're talking about.
And you sound better. We have a nice little dichotomy there.
Pretty rough ace here for Shaw, but he will open from the hijack with ace-7, makes it 350.
Less rough ace for Sims.
Kind of a weird spot, though, as it feels like a strong hand when Shaw opens with the...
All in from Sims.
Yeah, as I say that.
Kumar's got to let it go. Thomas is going to have to let it go as well. And Shaw is going to be really frustrated with this tournament event. Just sucks, but he has to fold, and he's going to be even shorter now. Shaw close to that deadly 10 big blind threshold, and Sims, in a way, gets one through, isolates that short stack of Shaw, takes down the pot.
And Shaw closer to the big blind as well, which he's going to be feeling that pressure.
Well, Shaw, last hand was no good. This one's going to have to be. And Shaw is all in for that tournament life. And Anderson,
oh no,
pocket kings from the cutoff. That's a monster of a hand. Has to be played. David Shaw has gone all in for just about 12 big blinds here. Anderson is just going to ISO and make the call, or not ISO rather, just calls with the kings. Chip leader Kumar, he's going to need to get out of the way with that 10-4 offsuit. Thomas, same thing from the small blinds. Oh, and Mazerov wakes up with a monster given the circumstances. He's got ace-queen,
wow.
Same hand as Shaw.
And this flat from Anderson normally would be a very strong hand, right? I mean, if you don't,
yes.
If you have jacks or tens or something, you're just going to raise too.
100%. If you want to protect your own equity, if you've got a hand like tens or nines or jacks or something like this, I think you just jam and you flat call with your aces, kings, potentially even hands like ace-king. Mazerov has to know that, but I think Mazerov, oh no, I think he might have just stepped in it. I mean, he can't fold.
Wow, we're about to have a 3-player all in. There's no way Anderson's folding kings.
Oh my gosh, this is the pot of the tournament. Almost 10 million chips in play, 2 ace-queens tangoing with the Cowboys. And if Anderson's kings can hold, we've got a new chip leader and 2 eliminations back-to-back in the same hand.
Wow. Shaw and Mazerov with the same hand. Shaw the shorter stack. So if those 2 players are eliminated, Shaw would be eliminated in 7th and Mazerov in 6th. But it's a queen-high flop, so a little life here. There's 1 queen left.
Oh, and the
aces and queens now for both of those players.
Oh my gosh.
And they're going to chop up Anderson's money.
What the heck? That is insane. Shaw adds an extra $1 million to his stack. Mazerov adds 2.8 because he's going to win a huge side pot against Anderson. That is a crushing blow from the cutoff. To lose that pot with kings against 2 different sets of ace-queen, ouch. Just as an updated look here at the payouts, 19,370, 23,330. Gotta say, Mazerov and Shaw were both 1 foot out the door, and kings are going to get scooped in this monster pot, and that uneven chip distribution has just flattened out quite a bit down the middle. Now Kumar and Pham have an even wider lead over their middling competition. As we look at the updated chip counts,
What a swing for Anderson.
yeah, Sims, Shaw, Thomas, and Anderson now all in the lower portion of the ballpark, while Mazerov gets really lucky in a huge spot and almost up to 7 million, closes the gap with Pham and Kumar. What a sick pot. That's going to change a lot for these players.
Yeah, Anderson and Mazerov effectively swapping stacks there. What a crazy turn of events.
Anderson,
Finds himself at the bottom of the board now.
yeah, I mean, you just got to, shake your head and move on. Those are the spots that make or break your six-figure scores. If you win that pot, you're in great shape to make a deep run at a big chunk of this prize.
No, you're gonna get more.
Yeah, what
You're
a-
getting half of this main pot.
I know. I'm saying.
Just look, recreate it. It's easy. Recreate it. 1850 plus the big blind, ante, and the small blind. That's that. Double count it. Double count it. It should be 1850 plus 150 plus 75. 2 mil 75.
Yeah.
What did you get back? There should be half of 2 mil 75, right?
Yeah.
Yep. You got the extra green chip. That's right. I got a mil and a quarter.
That's
You
right.
got a mil 50.
Okay.
That's what you net that hand, pretty much, a mil 50.
All right.
Small blind, big blind.
Strange situation in tournament poker to have to chop up the main pot there, so a little bit of talk about that, but looked like the dealer had it spot on,
Trapped me
and
good.
Mazerov
Both
got
of us.
the extra green chip and the lion's share of a huge pot.
Pretty unbelievable turn of events, to be honest with you. That is a sick spot, but Anderson will take it in stride, picks up pocket fours now off of a much shorter stack from the hijack.
Yeah, not in emergency territory here, but under 20 bigs now is Anderson. He's just going to get out of the way here, cool down a little bit before you make a mistake with a small pair.
Well, Kumar's got a hot hand, king-queen suited from the cutoff.
$425 from 6.
Pops it to 4 1/4. And Thomas looking down a relatively nice hand here on the dealer button. But one of the shorter stacks here, and this is one of those hands that's kind of right on the line, right? The ace-10 offsuit.
We'll see what Thomas wants to do. Mostly just a jam to deny equity, but I don't really know what Thomas wants here. Ace-10 is in that awkward middling portion. You'll get snapped off by hands that are better than you. You will get some worse hands to fold. Not sure if Kumar's ever going to fold better to a jam is the question Thomas needs to ask. Will Kumar ever fold ace-jack, ace-queen? I think the answer is no. That would lead me to place this hand in the fold bucket. But we'll see. He does fold. I like that fold. Good fold, Thomas.
Easier decision for Mazerov and Pham as well.
For Pham.
Yeah, good analysis there with the ace-10. That's one of those hands that always kind of confuses me in those spots.
Yeah, I mean, it's marginal, and I think that's the big thing that Thomas needs to avoid is those marginal spots. Rechecking the updated chip counts after we've got everything sorted, made sure those pots are right. Mazerov sitting with 6.7 million after drilling the 2-out ace on the turn. Shaw also surviving because of that same card. And it will be Shaw, Thomas, and Anderson, who basically have the same stack and are still all looking
separated by
to
less
double
than
up.
2 bigs.
Yeah,
Pretty crazy.
They're all looking to find a double up in their own time, but none of them need it right now, but they will need it soon.
the kings again for Anderson. He just had him a few hands ago and lost about 2/3 of his stack. Hopefully we'll have a little justice here as he raises up with the kings again. 350,000. Just a raise and take this time. Another monster hand for the chip leader. Ace Jack suited. He'll lift it up to 450. A large open. Quickly folds around to the big blind. Sims with the suited ace as well, but a worse one. Ace-7 of clubs. He will peel the flop here. Over $1 million in the pot as we go heads up to the flop. And Kumar in great shape. Gonna flop a couple of diamonds. Take a commanding lead here. And just check it back. Hits his jack as well. Check mark delivered.
The ace
Sim's gonna take a stab here after the check back.
Like 6, 5. Yeah, me and Shah just got pretty lucky.
Looks like he was going to for a minute, a little balk there. But ends up checking, and Kumar shoves a big stack of plaques into the middle, enough to put Sims all in, and gets the quick fold. Another monster hand for Kumar, who now has over 12 million chips. He's getting all the cards. He's got all the chips. Doesn't really seem fair. He'll open again to 450. Thomas finding a pair. He is one of the short stacks. And he's just going to get out of the way with the eights. Folds all the way around to the big blind. Anderson, king 10. Also one of the shorter stacks. Would have to play this one out of position. But getting a little bit better of a price, having the big blind in, he will make the call.
I get a Coors Light, Amy, a Coors Light.
Kumar, 60-40 favorite, going into the flop and in position.
Yeah, thank you.
And he will flop an ace and just about lock this one up. Very small C bet of 150,000. Anderson would need runner. He's getting an incredible price here to peel a card. And he will not do it.
He's on fire!
Chip leader just continuing to dominate here. Closing in on 13 million chips. Almost a third of the chips in play are in that one stack. Action folds the Shaw in the cutoff. The shortest stack at the moment. He'll raise it up here with ace-4. Anderson in the small blind, king-jack. Gonna rip it all in. Two of the shorter stacks going at it here. But the aggressive play gets Shaw to fold the better hand. Shaw would have been a slight favorite going into that. Instead, he is going to lose a couple of big blinds there and be down to 2.2 million. Cutoff open from Sims, king 9, and Thomas in the big blind with ace 8. Does make the call here. He will be the favorite, but out of position, and with a weak ace, it's going to be difficult to navigate here. Heads up we go, though. 7-4 gets there. Thomas with top pair, top kicker will have less trouble navigating now. Also has the ace of diamonds in his hand. Checks it. Sets the trap here for Sims. I do believe we'll see a check raise if Sims decides to c-bet this flop, which should be better for the big blind defense anyway. Check, check. Oh, and Sims takes the lead now. 9 of spades. Terrible card for Thomas. Checks it again. Delayed c-bet from Sims now, 450,000.
Thank you.
Sims is going to make the call here with his pair of eights, and he's going to need a lot of help here. An ace or an eight on the river, or he is going to lose this pot to Sims. Checkmark delivered here. Jack of clubs, no help to either player. And unless Thomas can somehow steal this pot, he is going to end up with the shortest stack after this hand. Four-liner on board now. If he does shove, probably would be able to steal it, but he checks it. It'll be a check back from Sims, and Sims will take this one down and get up over 4 million in chips. Sims starting to separate himself from the shorter stacks. Thomas now down at the bottom.
That river card in my head.
I will rip it. I will rip it.
King 9-0, Charles, huh?
Why not?
I love it.
Might be ahead.
Yeah, the river card has to save. I'm going to rip on the river. I'm not going to have the thing.
You're hoping I have a 10 on the turn, and then on the river it's like, oh, I don't have a 10. Sometimes it's hard to turn, and it pops around or whatever.
One ring, 350. 340.
Under the gun open from Fam with the jacks, and our chip leader on the button has a small pair of his own. Folds around to the big blind. Mazerov also with a small pair. He will defend. Fam is going to be in great shape going into this flop. And he'll flop a set of jacks.
Well, it's already not the best board for Mazerov. It's a horrible board for Mazerov under this exact circumstance.
Yeah, under the gun open from Fam. Not a lot of low cards there for the big blind defense, but small c-bet of 300,000. Let's see if Mazerov can sniff this out.
Easy fold for Mazerov. Fourth pair. No hope. No draw. No nothing. Let's go.
Nice hand for Fam.
I'm good, thank you. Yeah, this one is mine. Thank you.
Another pair for Kumar. This time it's the cutoff. His chip lead up to 12.35 million at this point. And good enough to raise, but he won't do it. He will fold. And wow, something in the water, I guess. Smelled the ace-king from Thomas.
I guess so. We saw him lay down the deuces on the last hand, but it made more sense. There was a raise in front of him.
Yeah, fours is okay to let go. I mean,
Sure.
it's marginal. You're basically raising to squeeze out, and you have to remember, right? One of the things that you have to do as the chip leader is you have to play your position at the table immaculately. Realistically speaking, his raise with pocket fours is into medium stack Mazerov, big stack fan, right?
Right.
In the small and the big blinds. So there's really much less incentive for Kumar to go after those two stacks in particular.
Yeah, and Pham has been showing the most aggression recently, so a tough customer to try to steal a blind from right now.
100%. I think it was the right play to fold. Thomas doing that tournament pro sort of raise to a stack that commits most of your chips, just not all of them.
Yeah, it's going to look even stronger not shoving all in there with just over 10 big blinds. So gets the quick folds, even though he would have loved to have some action there.
Good change.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you.
You missed it when you stepped away. Anderson got kings again.
Oh.
Just a raise and take it, though.
Dang. No vengeance,
Yeah.
unfortunately, but the good news is Anderson still has a stack and is still in the tournament. He has a lot to be grateful for, even though it's a bit of a bitter situation he found himself in.
For sure. Yeah, when you see those cards turn up and you're like, I'm about to be the chip leader, and then you find yourself on the bottom of the board, that's tough.
And one thing I will say that I know Anderson would have been better than me. This is probably one of my biggest leaks in tournaments. Is he was cool as a cucumber right after. If you hand over to him, still calm, still shuffling his chips.
Yeah.
Not really paying attention to the horrible beat, the tournament-altering beat that he just took. That is what it takes to be elite at the game. Is just breathe and move on to the next hand. So good for him.
Most definitely. That is a tough thing to do. These guys are all pros.
Yeah. Right now we're witnessing a battle of junk versus garbage, 10-5 off versus 9-5 off.
They both pick up the same gutter.
they call this one the scrap of the Titans, both of them with scrap. Pham's 10 high is in the commanding lead, if you believe me. Shaw's just going to snap check back the turn, and 10 high is good on this board.
Yeah.
Shaw doesn't even bother.
Insta-muck as soon as Pham turns over the
Yep.
10, which was good, as you said.
And new features have arrived to Poker Atlas. Poker Atlas's bankroll feature, no cash, no waiting, just play. You can buy in digitally, you can get tournament payouts digitally, and they also accept credit cards. Really convenient for people who want to register for a tournament while on the go. So make sure to download the Poker Atlas app and check out those new features today.
Yeah, it's a nice feeling to not have to carry a bunch of cash around.
Exactly. In this day and age, if you just want to do everything digitally, do something from an account, that's what the Poker Atlas bankroll feature is set up for.
May have a card read issue here. I saw 3 different cards going into Fam's box there, so
Right.
we may not be able to believe the hand that he has. We'll see.
Well, you can believe that Mazerov has ace-jack offsuit. I think that's correct, but we'll see. He is raising, so it leads me to believe that that is, in fact, the 2 cards Mazerov's been dealt. We'll never know what Fam had because he threw it into the muck.
Yeah.
And Sims picks up one of those 3-gappers that's just bad enough that you can consider doing something with. Yeah, Sims is going to make the call. It's just the fact that he's got the suit at this point. Has to defend his big blind. Can't let these chip leaders raise and take it into him all the time with Fam and Mazerov being his neighbors. Mazerov smashes the flop with top pair, backdoor nut flush draw, and should be over pretty soon if he fires 2 barrels. I think a small first bet is great. Might get a call out of Sims, and then the second one should do the trick.
Yeah, Sims did hit a 10 here, but Mazerov is going to have all of the aces in his range, so tough to navigate here unless you hit a second pair or trips on the turn.
Sims would really love to have a diamond on this board, like ace of diamonds or 7 of diamonds would be great, but he's got enough of the board to make the call, beating king and queen high bluffs and these smaller pairs. Turn card is interesting. It gives him a gut shot, but it's no good. If he turns that 8, Mazerov will have turned the higher straight. River's the 8, excuse me.
Sims checks in. Mazerov taking his time before betting just under half the pot, 600,000.
And although Sims has picked up some equity on the turn, I think this is just a unfortunate fold that Sims will have to make. Of course, you never have to do anything in poker. That's the beauty of the game. But I think it's advised that Sims abort ship now. He is going to make the call, though. Very interesting. I really thought this double from Mazerov would take it down. That was my prediction, but the predictions are out the window.
Yeah, it's kind of strange to see the 2 middle stacks going head-to-head here on this particular board with Sims only having second pair.
I mean, this is just a nightmare of a run out for Sims. Literally every bluff that Mazerov had on the flop and turn has made the best hand on this river. So this is just going to be a terrible situation for him. I think Sims just getting a little sticky, turning that extra equity with the gut shot, but he's just going to be dominated so often and so far behind so often on that turn. Nonetheless, Mazerov will win with the ace. And Mazerov checking and waiting for his opponent's hand. I think he was expecting his opponent to have something pretty strong, but not this time, just a 10.
Yeah, very surprising, and Mazerov increasing his chip stack here and further separating himself from the lower stacks. Sims right back down there in that 3 million chip territory. Virtually tied with Anderson, Thomas, and Shaw below them. Shaw, the short stack, just got through the blinds though, so he's got a little bit more time to work than Thomas, who is facing that big blind coming towards him.
Fam raising up the ace-8 from the cutoff. Draw currently stuck in jam or fold mode, has to fold. Anderson with a junky set of cards will also make the fold.
Nothing for anybody as it folds all the way around to the blinds. Anderson will have a hand here in the small blind, though. King Jack. And he's just going to rip it all in. Kumar has nothing to defend with in the big blind.
Easy fold for Kumar. Anderson lives to fight another day. Picks up those big blinds that he just paid. Bam picks up another very playable hand. It's pocket sevens plus one, opens it up 350,000. Seven four suited.
Let's go.
Into the muck.
With all those chips?
How about big lick suited, man? What do you think?
Yeah.
Thomas and Shaw, the two short stacks. Thomas having to decide if he wants to put in another big blind or not. He lets it go. Suited ace under the gun for Pham. Not the best ace, but with all those chips, he has
the right to get some aggression going here, and he opens to 350. Folds quickly around to the blinds. Thomas, the shorter stack here with Queen Jack suited. Is this the one he goes with? Yes, all in for 1.8. And if Bam makes the call here, he will be the favorite.
Might be the favorite, but it's not a favorable spot. Thomas jamming against an under-the-gun open should read as a very strong hand. Fan would be dominated a lot of the time if he makes this call. Flipping at the absolute best, but it's usually going to be worse than a flip against this range.
Yeah, really tough spot with ace-8. And you don't want to just be doubling up short stacks. You get aggressive to get them to fold, not to pay them an extra 1.5 million chips.
Exactly.
And he does make the laydown.
Great move from Thomas here. He's gotten both of his all-in jams through so far.
And more importantly, gets those big blinds back. Survives another orbit.
Shout out to AC, Adrian Curry, in the chat. Appreciate the props you give to the broadcast. We work hard here for you guys, but let's be real, the real superstars of this show are those guys at the table. All of them have had fantastic runs and have been playing poker for multiple dozens of hours to get here in some cases. So props to them for making it in, and props to you guys who are watching us. Plenty of people here supporting us live. Be sure to give us a like, thumbs up, and a subscription if you would so please.
Folding quickly around to the button here. Thomas with king 6 will get out of the way as well. Blind versus blind. Might be the first walk of the stream here. Can't remember any other walks.
It was first one.
Gonna go to Fam. And Shaw, currently the shortest stack, now in the big blind. And he does look a little frustrated.
Not surprising. Been not the best start whatsoever. Shaw came into this final table with the, I believe, second or third biggest chip stack, probably third or fourth around there. So top middle of the pack, but finds himself on the verge of elimination soon if he can't get something going.
Suited king 9 for Kumar, and we'll see him raise this up. And he's been going with a larger sizing every time he raises. With all those chips in play, he can put a little bit more pressure on than these shorter stacks.
Yeah, not going to make things simple for anybody here is Kumar. Well, except for Shaw, who's got 10-5 off. That's pretty simple.
Yeah. And Shaw will be down to just over 10 big blinds now after that. Anderson with another monster hand. This time it's the queens under the gun, open to 350. And it's going to be another raise and take it. The big pair.
Let me just make sure, but I will go take care of it. Me too, me too.
Folding back around to Fam in the cutoff. King Jack offsuit. Big enough hand to raise. 350 is his consistent sizing. Raising into Anderson's big blind. He will just take it down once again. Anderson with the 6-3 off.
After this hand, main event players, blinds are going to 100, 200, 200.
Next hand will be 100, 200, 200 for the big blinds, so that is going to make things significantly more difficult for our shorter stacks, especially David Shaw, who finds himself down to just 7 big blinds on the next hand after this.
Yeah, it's significant pressure for Sims and Thomas as well, with just over 10 big blinds for those two stacks.
One orbit is going to cost each of these players 500,000 chips, so that is certainly going to make things tougher for the shorties.
This one will fold quickly around to the blinds. Anderson with ace-5 in the small blind. Just going to limp in here. And Kumar checks his option with the suited one-gapper.
Anderson pairs up on his 5. Had the lead before and does have the lead after.
In the mining? How many pay? Pay 6?
Leads out for 2 1/4. And Kumar will make the fold. Blinds are up then.
Kumar in the chip lead has about 60 big blinds, so the stacks are certainly getting more shallow with time, but still plenty of poker to be played.
Yeah, average stack now right at 30, but because Kumar has 60 in his stack, it really skews it for those short stacks.
Short stacks just sitting with a little bit more than 10 bigs themselves. About 12 for Sims and for Thomas.
Take the bug.
This might be the hand to go with for Shaw. King 10 suited, less than 10 big blinds, and he is all in.
He goes for it. Kumar, nothing to call him with.
Oh no, Thomas certainly has something to call him with, and two of the shorter stacks all in the middle here, and
Ace King versus King 10. Shaw needs to spike another miracle if he wants to stay alive, Dan.
yeah, it's going to be tough for Shaw here, and even if he does double, it's going to be another very short stack. Thomas would be down to less than 10 big blinds himself. It's a pretty good flop here for the King 10. Gut shot, backdoor hearts possible, but the 7 of clubs is no help.
One river card one time, and it is the brick of them all, deuce of hearts, and David Shaw will be busting in 7th place. Thomas gets a crucial knockout. Everyone secures that ladder. Shaw busts out for 19,370 for his efforts. Great run again from Shaw, who made multiple final tables during this series. He'll be back for that Tournament of Champions as well. Everyone else in the field guaranteed $23,000, with those ladders getting pretty serious, almost $6,000 plus every elimination from here.
Yeah, another great run, Shaw. Thanks for playing with us here. And now everybody at the table guaranteed $23,000. The next jump, almost $6,000. So it is a big deal. Sims, with about 12.5 big blinds, is now the short stack. And he's going to rip it with a similar hand, Queen 9 suited.
Sims very well aware of the position he's in. He knows he's the shorty. He's got to make stuff happen now. If he wants to survive, he's going to have to pick spots to pick up chips. So looking to start that now.
And he's going to pick up a couple of big blinds here as it folds around. Folds all the way around to the blinds here. Mazerov with 8-5 off. Probably not going to. Well, as I say that, he flips the chip into the middle here. We will be heads up. No 2 walks in a row for Pham.
Pham with the suited jack, deciding on check or raise.
And he is going to raise it up here. Makes it $650.
Completely unaffordable price for Mazerov, who will make the fold.
Pham continuing to be the most aggressive player. Getting close to that 10 million mark, closing in on Kumar. Folds to the button. Mazerov with a suited 8, ace. Ace 7 of clubs. And he will open for 450. Raise and take it. Another small pair for Kumar and another muck.
Thomas in the hijack. Let's go with the queen 8. Mazerov with a suited ace 3 from the cutoff. Good enough to open up, especially with Sims and Anderson being your 2 players in the blinds. Usually you want to pay attention to when these short stacks are in the blinds and go after their chips in these final table configurations.
Well, he may run into it here as Sims has 9s.
I don't think 9s is folding. I don't think it's calling either.
About 12 big blinds. Probably just going to get it in there, I would guess.
All in from Sims. Anderson with the suited king 7 probably could have defended his big blind, but not anymore.
2.575.
Mazerov getting a count, but I think this is a real count. Mazerov probably never calling with ace 3 suited.
Yeah, really only beating something like suited Broadway cards, which Sims is unlikely to shove over a raise, so Maz just going to have to get out of the way.
All my playable hands being in the small blind. Kind of an annoying time.
Kumar holding ace-king in the big blind versus an open from Sims. This is a heads-up pot. I think Kumar can just apply some pressure here. You definitely don't want to just flat with the ace-king offsuit. Wow, I stand corrected. Kumar has made the call. This is almost certainly as a trap, looking to get value from Sims when Sims would never put him on such a big hand, and this might work. This is a nuts board for Sims.
Wow, they both have such a huge piece, though. Sims with a pair and a flush draw.
I'm really shocked that Kumar didn't 3-bet this before the flop, but nonetheless, he's got exactly what he wanted. He's got the ace of clubs. He just snap calls. He doesn't even consider a raise on this flop, despite it being a better board for Sims' range. And look at that. The 7 of clubs on the turn. Sims makes the flush.
Kumar with the ace of clubs and a king is not going to go anywhere for... I mean, I guess if Sims jams it all in, he may, but it would be tough with top pair, top kicker.
He's going to call if he jams. He's got the nut flush draw. He's got a pair of kings. I don't know. Kumar might have just gotten himself into some serious trouble. I think he's going to end up doubling up the short stack in Sims. All in from Kumar, snapped off from Sims. Sims has found himself in a gorgeous position. Just has to dodge a final club, and he's got the double up.
Which would take a hefty chunk out of the chip leader here, put Sims right up there with the bigger stacks.
And that slow played ace-king is not going to work. Sims finds a monster double up. It has 7.3 million in his stack. And he's right up there with the chip leaders. Pham is now the chip leader of the tournament with 9.5 million. Kumar down to 8.2, and Sims closes that gap tremendously with that monster double up.
Chip counts are starting to flatten out a little bit here. We're no longer seeing 3 distinct tiers. It's kind of a nice little glide down from 9 million to 6 million, and then Thomas and Anderson kind of down at the bottom there, all alone.
What a huge pot for Sims, and that is going to really alter the course of this tournament. Kumar's trap did not work out there, unfortunately. I can see the idea behind it. Don't want Sims to fold the money hands, so an ace-king is going to be dominating most of that Sims range, but that's a tough one for Kumar.
Yeah, sometimes you get caught in your own trap, and that's what happened there.
One fold. Three fold.
Anderson with the king 10 suited will open to 450 after it folds to the button. And Thomas getting a pretty good price here to peel a flop with 9-8. And these are the 2 shortest stacks at the table. Theoretically, or ICM pressure-wise, do you want to tangle with the short stack if you're a short stack, or do you want to try to double off one of the middle stacks? Or
I mean, well, Thomas has made a very interesting play here, so I'm going to hold that thought. 1,075,000 is the 3-bet. That's icky for Anderson, even in position. You don't really want to be 4-bet jamming a hand like king 10 suited. Suited Broadway cards, but with a short stack. I think Thomas is just truly trying to put his foot down and say, you're the short stack here, I have the leverage, and he is just going to make him fold. To answer your question, I mean, short stacks have a couple of different ways they can play. Obviously, their primary goal is just to find a way to get their chips into the middle in a favorable situation. Usually if you're going to jam, you're going to want to do it into those slightly larger stacks, mostly because they're the ones who can potentially afford to call you off with a slightly wider range, like a suited ace-9 or a suited ace-10 or ace-8, that sort of thing, whereas those medium stacks will feel less incentivized to dance with you. So you do want to try and pick on those larger stacks, so to speak, whenever you're getting your jams through before the flop. I'm surprised to see Thomas take a stab and go for the 3-bet there against Anderson, because if Anderson ever has a real hand, Thomas is just getting ripped on and he's torched a million chips. But I think he may have had a read or some sort of, I guess, inclination to go after the Anderson stack, thinking he might be opening wide, and his intuition was correct. It was nicely played from Thomas.
Yeah, very well played. Those are the kind of situations that I find very interesting from a strategic standpoint. Like, what is the correct type of play in those spots? And obviously, it's going to be player dependent and position dependent and all those things. But
yeah, the chip leaders are usually the people who can give you that key double up if you're the short stack.
3, 4, 5 and 6 fold.
Whereas those medium stacks are more incentivized to tighten up and let you bust first. So if they're putting the chips in the middle, it's usually a really bad sign.
yeah. Well, Fam trying to pick on the medium stacks here, raises with ace-4 suited under the gun, but he's going to run into Mazerov with ace-10, having a good price to call here, and he is going to be in good shape going into this flop. Flops a pair as well. Ace-10 connects to middle pair. Very wet board.
Very wet, very connected. I don't think Mazerov is going to be folding to a continuation bet. Fam finds one. Goes 275.
Backdoor diamonds for Fam, and that's about it against Mazerov.
Fam going to be shutting down on the majority of turn cards. Deuce of spades, definitely one of them. No draw whatsoever for Fam. Going to be stuck with ace high for the rest of this hand. And that Jack 10-8 board so connected, so Mazerov making the call there means he has at least a piece of it. Fam very unlikely to get a bluff through. Deliberate decision-making time for Fam, but he will check it back with the ace high. Can beat some straight draws, but no help at all. Mazerov with the best of it. Pair of tens, ace kicker.
$600.
Bet 600 plus 6 9.
Deliberate decision making here for Fam. Doesn't want to give anything away. Probably making it look like he has a harder decision than he does. And I said, the last time I said that, David Shaw made a hero call with ace high, so Fam very well could be considering it. I'm not sure what exactly he's looking to call down and get value from. Mazerov has to be turning king high, like king queen, into a bluff, or turning a dry queen or a dry 9 into a bluff on this board. No flush draws available on the flop. No flush draws available on the turn either, with a complete rainbow. So Fam would have to be hero calling against a very particular portion of the range, and I think it's just too narrow. He'll make the fold.
Yeah, he's losing to even most of the 9s that would be out there calling a raise from the blinds. So yeah, very weak window of cards there, obviously.
And he can basically ignore the bottom portion of the board with the deuce and the 5. He's got removal to those cards that would connect to the bottom portion of the board, and he also got called from his c-bet on the flop, so Mazerov has to have some form of connectivity to the top portion. Has to be either one of those pairs up there or a queen or a 9 for a straight draw of some kind.
Fam still the chip leader after that one, but now Mazerov and Sims starting to close the gap between themselves and the big chip leaders. one folds all the way around to the button. Thomas with king queen will just limp in.
Players coming in, not box them.
We haven't seen a whole lot of that this evening either. This might be the first from the button limp that I
think it is the first one, yeah. 65 hands in. Thomas's hand definitely strong enough to raise, but he doesn't want to get after it. Just making the limp. And I've seen Thomas do this a good bit. I played for a couple of hours, about 5 hours with him on his day one flight that he ended up bagging. So he did implement this strategy from the button. He's not unfamiliar with the button limp.
Small suited cards for both of the blinds. Mazerov makes the call, and Pham is going to be aggressive here, as one would expect. He raises it to 975, and we'll get a chance to see if Thomas was trapping with the king-queen or just wanting to see a cheap flop. Really liking the aggression of Pham here, even after losing a decent-sized pot just a hand ago. He's keeping his foot on the gas and acting like the chip leader because he is the chip leader.
And this huge raise of almost $1 million is gonna be suspicious to Thomas, but underupped his hand and is gonna pay the price for it, I think.
Thomas definitely taking his time here with this decision. Second shortest stack, but he has plenty of big blinds to work with, over 20. Chooses to get out of the way here, and I'm sure Mazerov will also fold.
Quick fold here for Mazerov, and Pham's aggression pays off.
It's really good.
Changes it up.
Everybody have the same kind of just one wrong move and you're done, pretty much.
Several. I had to work on that. It's making me feel outclassed. I can't stare daggers into people's hearts like that.
There's a lot more out there than here.
I know that.
Especially freaking Florida.
That I can imagine. That you can attract attention to yourself for different reasons, I guess.
Kumar, ace-10 suited. And he's going to open, sticking with his 3x sizing, 600K. And gets it to fold through.
Fold, 9 fold. One fold.
Blind v blind again. Folds around to Sims. 9-6 suited in the small. just calls, and Anderson with King Jack has a real hand.
So
Anderson puts his real hand in the middle, raises to 2.3 million all in, and he will take it down.
Survives another orbit.
It's professing for self-confidence issues and then having the small blind is not the play. Noted.
Ace-9 on the button for Sims. Folds to him, he opens. And Kumar looking down at Queen-10 suited out of the big blind. Makes the call, and heads up we go. Sims will be the slight favorite with the ace-high.
Out of position and 2 kings on the flop. It's a good start for Sims. Good for his range. Puts in that small bet, 300,000. Small bet, most likely to get the job done.
Yeah, no hearts out there for Kumar, and would be runner
Okay.
to draw to a straight, but he makes the call.
Queen high, no less, comes along. The turn card is the 3rd spade. Spooky card probably for Sims.
It'll go check, check, and Kumar will need some help here. He does not get it.
Only way out is through. He would have to turn his hand into a bluff. That is a huge bet, an over bet. 2.5 million. Very polar, saying he's got the nuts or he's got nothing. Now Sims put to the test with the ace-high.
And Kumar hasn't been doing this a whole lot here. He hasn't been super aggressive, so he's going to get a lot of credit when he does make these moves.
Move made, chips taken. Nice hand, Kumar.
Back into the chip lead, just by a blind and a half over Fam.
Tightly contested up at the top. Anderson very clearly separated as the short stack. 2.6 million for him.
Not the clear separation you're hoping for at the final table.
No, not quite. He almost had it earlier.
Yes, sir.
He had that clear separation in grasp, but Barry Greenstein returns to haunt us all. Drills the ace.
Under the gun raise from Mazerov. King-9 suited gets the fold all the way around to Thomas in the big blind. And it'll just be a raise and take.
What fold? Any fold? 5 and 6 fold. Fold.
Walk from Mazerov. Had a real hand, but gets the walk anyways.
Favor is returned. Sounds like they're having a lot more fun in the turbo.
That turbo is a heck of a time. I wish I could be playing it, obviously. I enjoy commentating the final table, but that's a fun tournament. Chips are flying, everyone's chatty, everyone's looking to try and get some revenge or continue a hot streak for the rest of the series. Those closer types of events are super fun. There's also an event going on right now, just kicked off, Deuce to 7 triple draw. If you're a mixed game fella, get in there now. This is the Deuce to 7 low ball game. Should be a good time. And let's pay attention here. We might have a clash. Ace King for Sims, 7s for Anderson.
Big open from Big Slick. Under the gun. Part of me is hoping this final table ends before registration closes on that triple. And part of me is glad that it probably won't, because I don't need to fire off that dead money.
I'll handle the commentary, Dan. You go have some fun. You've earned it. It'll be all right.
Just a call from Anderson here, and we saw both of the other 7s hit the muck, so he's going to have to hold.
It's going to be interesting. We'll see. Really thought Anderson might jam that hand from the hijack, but he doesn't want to get involved against an under the gun open.
Yeah. And we see one of the kings hitting the muck, but Sims still with 3 aces and 2 kings in the deck, and now Pham entering the fray, closing it out with a queen, which could also connect and beat the 7s. Somehow, all the overcards miss and the 7s are still good, but a scary board for the 7s nonetheless, with a jack and a 9 out there, and Pham calling from the big blind. And it will check all the way around. 5 ball in the corner pocket, 7's still good. Pham with a slow and deliberate check there. I think he was perhaps thinking about stealing these cards, obviously better for the big blind defense range. But he ends up checking it. Sims now giving it some thought of his own. And it'll check all the way through again.
Gives one more free card, and that free card is a 4. Safe enough run out for the 7s. Pham got to be thinking that these guys aren't interested, but there's just 2 players involved. They've got to have some kind of showdown value. And Anderson's going to pick up a 1.5 million chip pot, kind of by not having to do much at all. Just picks it up with the 7s. Good for him to take it down.
No.
7.
No. Nobody bets.
I don't think anyone will believe me.
That's twice.
Folding through to the cutoff, and Thomas with Queen Jack will be opening.
450 from seat 8.
450 is the number.
9 of 1 fold.
Gets Fam to fold a weak ace there and picks up a nice pot for him. Taking down a couple big blinds. Really good spot for these shorter stacks.
Still lots of play left to be had on this final table. With the way these chips are sitting, Fam down to 8.4 and Kumar back in the chip lead at 9.3.
But nobody under 15 big blinds, so as you said, plenty of play. Nobody really in an emergency situation. And a bunch of good players here. Nobody making any huge...
Yeah, no big mistakes, no punts. Usually see one, NFL audition per final table.
Right.
But none so far. Solid play, 73 hands in. Thomas with ace-queen from the hijack will open proceedings. Makes it 450 to go.
9 of 1 fold. 3 fold. 5 fold.
Raise and take. Folds to the cutoff. Fam with King 9 suited will open. 450. Quickly folding to Kumar in the big blind. And he'll get out of there as well.
Fold. 1 fold. 3 fold. 5 ways, 450.
All in from Kumar. That is a kind of insane jam, to be honest with you, with that ace-5. If his big blind had woken up with anything, that could have been a disaster. But thankfully, he gets that one through and gets Anderson to fold.
Seems like Kumar is starting to open up a little bit here. We've seen a couple of aggressive plays in the last few orbits. He was pretty quiet for the whole beginning of this final table, even though he had the chip advantage for most of the time.
One fold. Three fold. Five fold.
It depends. Don't think about it.
Folds. Nine folds.
So far into this final table, Dan, do you have a particular player that you've been most impressed with how they've played, or is there any big observations you've taken away just about 80 hands into it?
Yeah, I would say for my money, Pham has the best shot here. He seems to be the player that has been the most aggressive, and just in watching a lot of final tables, that seems to be, you know, the factor that usually makes the most difference. The players that take those spots and be aggressive.
Yeah, that Hendon mob speaks for itself. Pham and Mazerov, the most accomplished players remaining at the table with $2 million in earnings each. And it will be folded away from Pham. Pham, I think, has been picking his spots pretty well also. We'll see how Kumar is able to hang in there. Still got the chip lead. Back over 10 million after recovering from the blow he took earlier, giving Sims the double up.
Well, as we were saying earlier, though, I haven't seen a whole lot of big mistakes from any of the players, though. So it's hard to pick one guy, but it's easy to say that nobody looks like the worst player at this table to me.
And that's a good thing, right? It means that these players are here to compete at a high level. I don't think anyone being here at this final table was a fluke, I'll put it that way. There are some final tables where, you know, maybe someone makes a lucky run, but they crumble under the pressure, but it looks like everybody knows their stuff and is willing to play their own way to stake their claim for first. Kumar, King Jack suited. This one's definitely getting raised. Saw Kumar open King 9 suited in a similar position. King Jack suited will be the same, and he's picking that same big 3x sizing up to 600,000. Mazerov with a semi-deep stack, but doesn't want to tango with the chip leader. And look at that. That type of raise is just going to get hands like Queen 10 suited to fold, so he takes down some hands that might have potentially tangoed with him post-flop, and Raj's larger opening size is going to pay off for him this time.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Mazerov maybe calls a 2x open with 7-6 of diamonds on the button, but
Same thing
3x
here.
is hard.
Yeah, and same thing for Pham. Pham had a very playable hand. He had Queen 10 of diamonds, and he didn't even think twice. Just let it go immediately because of the bigger sizing. Definitely get some stuff done with that larger amount.
Six fold. Eight fold. Nine fold.
And another walk here. Nobody with anything to play with. Anderson happy to take it with 8-4 off suit. The ladies are back. Mazerov with queens this time.
Raise 450. One fold. 3 fold.
Bam, Sims, and Anderson all likely to let go of their cards. So it'll be chip leader on defense duty, and chip leader peels a rag and a napkin.
No instant muck from Kumar, though.
Yeah, I really thought he would. I'm not sure the decision here. Probably just connected enough to think about defense and potentially play that low board strategy where you get aggressive on the smaller boards. Makes the correct decision. Folds.
Yeah, it felt like he really wanted to make a move there, but thought the better of it after.
Ooh. That would not have worked.
Yeah.
We would have potentially seen our first real mistake of the final table.
Right.
Nine and one fold. 3 fold.
Folds around to Anderson's button. He does have an ace. He's got the biggest stack in the small blind. And it's one of the weaker aces. He decides to just get out of the way.
6 fold.
Kumar limps jack high, and Thomas looking down at 10-8 in the big blind. And we'll see a flop.
Ace high board.
6 and 8 check.
Jack 4 from Kumar in the lead.
Checks through, and he picks up a spade draw to go along with it. Thomas also has a single spade in his hand.
More than likely to the aggressor goes the spoils of this pot. But both players are going to check. Don't want to get too frisky with it, and Kumar's jack high wins the pot.
One fold. 3 fold. 5 fold. 6 fold. 8 fold.
This one folds all the way around to the blinds. Thomas just limping in with king 9 here out of the small blind. And we'll see a flop. Mazerov checking his option is behind with queen 4.
Queen 4 still behind on the ace high board for Thomas. He's got king 9.
9 check.
Board pairing ace. Mazerov and Thomas both probably think they're good with king and queen high respectively, with no action on this board. Both having high cards. One big blind bet from Thomas. Mazerov might make this call with queen high ahead of a lot of straight draws, and he will make the call for a big blind. Thomas extracting that singular big blind of value, and it will be the same on the river. 6 of hearts completes no draws. Thomas is ace high ahead.
That limp on the small blind rather earned Thomas an extra bet there on the turn. Checks his option now, and he'll take the pot. We are just a couple of hands away now from the next increase in blinds, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on Anderson here because the blinds are going to go up from 1-2 to 153, a huge jump. And it's going to put him at under 10 big blinds.
It's going to be a massive one for him, and he's going to have to find his way to get his chips in the middle.
Nothing there for him this hand. Kumar, however, has a suited ace. And his standard open of 600,000 will get Thomas to fold 7-4 on the button, but it will not get Mazerov to fold. Big slick in the small blind.
Mazerov probably going to put in a pretty chunky 3-bet here. Obviously, Kumar using these large raise sizes is going to merit a larger 3-bet. I suspect a 3-bet in the neighborhood of about 2 million from Mazerov, and that should send the message to Kumar pretty cleanly. And there it is. It's exactly 2 million, I think.
Yeah, I believe you're right, unless he said something. 2 of those plaques in the middle.
Mazerov with the large 3-bet, and I think Kumar has got to understand he's in some trouble now. We'll see what he does with the ace-deuce.
Yeah, plenty of chips, but you don't want to just be giving them away. We saw him acting very quickly earlier in the tournament. These decisions now much more weighty.
That quick action from Kumar, usually coming post-flop, pre-flop, a little different story, especially facing such a big resqueeze from Mazerov. Kumar has to think there's not really much of a chance that Mazerov is going to fold a big chunk of his range. A lot of these hands that Mazerov 3-bets are just going to be strong doing this against the chip leader. Mazerov really has no reason to get out of line, and Kumar in turn probably should not get out of line and go for any weird frisky 4-bets. Honestly, I don't think he should call either.
Yeah, a call here might be the first sort of blunder that we've seen in the stream. He would be well behind, but a suited ace and in position.
Not the worst thing you can do, but definitely think it's better to just preserve those chips, and Kumar is going to get out of there. 1 million chips being added on to the Mazerov stack, and we move on.
Ace wheel for Thomas here, folds to him in the cutoff. He does think about it for quite a bit here. I think he's waiting out the level change there, which is coming right up. And Mazerov with an ace of his own on the button, ace-9. The players will be taking a break here at the end of this level, but we will be cutting that out, and we'll get right back to the action. Mazerov comes with a raise to 450.
Call.
Call 450.
And Sims, speculative call out of the big blind with 6-7. Heads up we go.
Let's see if the speculation situation catches some gold. 7-6 off. Just barely defendable. You really want to be suited to make that a slam dunk. And the speculation does not pay off. It's a horrible board for Sims. Board pairing 4 and a king out there. Should make Mazerov's life easy with a c-bet and take it.
Goes on the small side here, 300,000. There's 1.2 million in the pot. But as you said, Sims just has nothing here. He's going to get out of the way, and that is going to be the end of this level. We'll be coming back with 150 and 300,000 as our blinds. And I believe we'll be cutting that break right out of here and right back to the action.
Take a look at the updated chip counts here. Kumar still in the chip lead with 10.1 million. Anderson at the bottom, 2,750,000. Middle of the pack is Thomas and Sims. Meanwhile, Mazerov and Pham also sit pretty high up there with just about 8 and 8.8 million chips respectively. Blinds are going to be going up again very soon, and with the increase in blinds, it's going to be an even more dire situation for our short stack in Anderson. Mazerov did not make it back to the table before the break, so his hand is dead. Folds to Thomas in the hijack. Blinds are at 125, 250, 250. That's a hefty increase from before. Players have to pay 625,000 chips upon each of the blind rotations, and folds to Sims, who gives a walk to Anderson, who had queens. Oh, Anderson. He looked at his cards and he was not happy when he did. Gets a walk with queens in the big off of the shortest stack at the tournament. Ouch. Anderson limping in to the small blind for 125,000. Kumar checking his option. 6-3 offsuit, and both players flop a 6. Better situation for Anderson. Some commentary in the chat talking about the ace-deuce versus ace-king offsuit. Don't necessarily think it's a blunder per se if Kumar took another action than fold, but I certainly think with the ICM dynamics in play, a jam, while the EV might be in favor, the ICM is suicide. So I would certainly not be doing that. I think Kumar ended up making the right choice, facing the 3-bet. You have to understand that Kumar is also taking a larger than GTO raise size, opening to 3x instead of 2, so that actually changes considerations quite a bit. Really strengthens the 3-bet range that Mazerov was coming at it with, but definitely like seeing commentary in the chat. Tell me what you guys think. I'm not perfect. Another comment in the chat. Looks like this one's coming from Hayden Fortini. Great final table lineup and enjoying the commentary. Thank you. Appreciate that. We really enjoy putting these shows on for you guys, and these guys are certainly glad to be here as well. I would love to be spending my President's Day potentially playing for a six-figure score. Living the dream.
Blind versus blind here, limped in. Thomas in the lead with the king high, and he'll hit top pair. Bet and take it on the flop.
Rockets for the first time this final table. No one has had aces 88 hands in until Pham peels the beautiful best starting hand in poker under the gun. We'll start proceedings off with a standard raise, 525,000. Anderson in the cutoff, 8-6, lets that go. And Thomas, ace jack off from the small blind. What does he do here off the 20 big blinds?
Yeah, that's a tough one. Under the gun open. This is kind of on the line there, but such a big hand, short-handed.
Thomas giving it some thought. It's got 5 million in his stack. He lets it go. What a fold. Sick fold here from Thomas. Off of those 20 bigs versus the under the gun open, he just folds it like a stone cold killer. Nice work. Avoids disaster. There's a real possibility that I would have gone broke in Thomas's shoes,
Yeah,
which
that's
is a shame.
Yeah, I definitely would have gone broke several times in this final table.
Yeah.
Maz is making the call here with Queen 10.
Maz will miss. 7-4 gets there, but
Of
aces
course.
are dominating. Pham's going to c-bet. Maz is going to fold, and we'll move on.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, this board actually should be better for the big blind defense, so possible that Maz will try to make some kind of move. Obviously, we know that would be disaster, but... And Pham could check this back for that reason and set a trap, but he is going to c-bet 400,000. Action folding around here to the blinds.
Well, there will be no fold for Mazerov. Ace-Jack of diamonds in a small. That's a monster. He's going to limp. Ooh. Setting the trap for Fam, who peels the most powerful hand in poker, Jack 4 high.
Yeah. Fam has been the most aggressive character tonight. Let's see if he steps in the trap. No.
I'd be shocked if he stepped into that trap. Instead, it's going to be an ace-high board, which Mazerov will obliterate. Fam in bad shape. Mazerov bets his own hand, stabs for a big blind.
Maz very under-repped here, but Fam doesn't have a whole lot. It would have to be a move. Fam, basically the only player we've seen making those type of moves, though. I don't think we're going to see it this time.
This would be one heck of a move if he makes it.
Does make the call. He's got to have some nefarious intentions here, or perhaps he's thinking about making a wheel.
Well, I mean, I dream of making the wheel as well. Doesn't mean it'll happen, but...
Right.
Mazerov's got to love getting called in this position. Feels like he's going to have the best hand so much of the time. We'll see if Fam wants to take a free card or if he wants to get after it. Fam takes the free card, and the free card is a 4. So Fam does improve on this board, but can't beat an ace, can't beat a 7, can't beat a 5.
Tough now for Mazerov to bet his hand as backdoor spades get there, and it's a 4-liner to a straight as well, but it'll quickly go check, and he'll take the pot. This one folds around to the blinds, and Fam has King Queen in the small blind. And he's just going to rip it.
Rips it into Sims's big blind, who can't call. Folds out.
Sims, one of the short stacks here, now tied with Anderson after that, but both players above 10 big blinds.
And it will be blind versus blind showdown soon for Sims and Anderson. Anderson's going to be in the big blind, Sims small blind. Seven deuce has been let loose from Kumar's hand under the gun. He'll fold. Thomas also probably going to do the same with his king 8. Mazerov out of the way, and it's Fam with 10-7 off. Both of these stacks tiny compared to his. Does he want to apply max pressure? The answer is no, so BVB and the Robbie has to let it go.
Anderson, another happy walk for him. Last time he had 8-4, this time 4 deuce, just getting some free chips.
The blinds are so big that Sims and Anderson have flipped positions because of that.
I'm sure you covered this while I was stepped away, but I was incorrectly saying the blinds were going up to 150, 300,000. They get all the levels. This is the 125, 250 level. You don't see that very often.
That's true. 300 will be the next one that they get.
Yeah.
Lots and lots of play for these guys.
Yeah, they're not skipping anything here at Champions. Brian put together a very favorable structure for these good players, and you see the results here. Lots of play.
Anderson with the hand that he needs revenge on. It's kings. He's going to try and play this hand as best he can to get value from Kumar. I don't think you should jam this. Probably just a raise or a limp call is best. He's going to raise. Kumar with the Jack-8 offsuit. Anderson put in a pretty chunky raise, made it 700,000. Oh no! Kumar stuffs it, and Anderson snaps him off. And he's got
the Kings are back.
The Kings are back, and this time Anderson's in much better shape than last time. Kumar is going to have to drill a miracle, otherwise Anderson's going to double. And it's going to be really bad news for Kumar, who's going to have less chips than him. Very important flop coming out. And there is opportunities for Kings to be cracked twice. Kumar
needs to fade a 7.
Needs to drill a 7 ball, and he can't do it. Anderson with a monster double. Kings return when he needs them most, and Kumar unfortunately loses another monster pot, down to 5.6 million.
And Anderson back up on top of the leaderboard towards the big stacks here, up over 7 million now. He'll be third in chips. And only one short stack now. It's Sims.
Yeah, and Mazerov, he's up to 8.8 million, and that's the chip lead. Him and Pham are essentially locking horns, sitting in the seats next to each other, both with the most chips. Tough pill for Kumar to swallow. Gotta feel like he might have lost an opportunity there. Went after it to try and get a fold out of the Anderson short stack, and Anderson just not having it. Gets the full double, waking up with the Kings. Anderson from monster to monster, kings to ace king. Very next hand, the dealer button. And this time he's got a stack, 30 bigs. Anderson's going to keep it consistent, raising to 700,000 again, or 600,000. Oh gosh!
Oh, Kumar's
blasted his chips all in the middle.
From chips leader to 28% dog to, oh my gosh.
No,
and this would be a huge chip lead for Anderson if he hits another one here.
This is
and
unreal.
He is a huge favorite to do so.
I'm actually shocked, Dan. This is ridiculous turn of events. If Kumar can't hold, oh my gosh, or if Kumar can't get there rather, 2 clubs on the flop.
Good flop for the King Queen. Needs another club, or he will be eliminated in 6th place, and the Ace King will hold for Anderson.
Gosh.
What a huge swing for Anderson from one of the short stacks to the dominating chip leader in just 2 hands.
That is unbelievable. Kumar goes belt, and he is out in a shocking 6th place given his monster chip stack from earlier in the day. I cannot believe it.
Yeah, very crazy turn of events here. 2 hands in a row, and unfortunately,
Holy
that is
moly.
going to do it for Raj Kumar.
I hope
He will be leaving. It was 6th place and over 23,000, which is pretty much tied for his best cash ever. Congratulations to Kumar for making it this far. Tough run there of those last couple of hands.
I hope you can tell there is a genuine feeling of shock in the commentary box over here. This is a wild swing from first to worst. Kumar busts in a dramatic fashion, 2 hands in a row. What a sick game. And honestly, props to Anderson for keeping it classy, not tilting after this monster pot that he lost for the chip lead, mind you, almost 2 hours ago.
Yeah, this is about where he would have been at had he stacked those 2 players in that hand. Maybe a little less than this, actually.
And that is why you never give up, never tilt off your stack. Just be patient, take the right spots, and it all came back to him in the end. What a shocking turn of events.
Wild. Now down to just 5 players, 29K guaranteed for everybody. 117,000 up top. And Anderson in a dominating lead now, chip-wise. Sims and Thomas, the shorter stacks here in Mazerov and Pham, sort of in the middle. Thomas, blind versus blind, just limps in with ace-4, which is sort of under-repping when you're blind versus blind, but it works out because Maz has ace-king. And he's going to put in the raise here. And Thomas just gets out of the way.
Well, that is a earth-shattering development for this final table. Chips have been heavily redistributed, and Sims is going to have to hold on for dear life at this point.
Yeah, still reeling a little bit there. Wild.
That is not what I expected.
Yeah, Anderson's been on the roller coaster, right? He came in here as the chip leader, had that horrible beat when Kings got cracked, fought his way back, and now he's chip leader again.
What can you do except hold on for dear life and see where the cards take you? That's the lovely game of poker. Tim's short stack, 2 quattros in the middle, all in for his remaining chips.
Not the ideal situation. You know, if you get a call, you're flipping or dominated with force, but it works out great. Folds around, he picks up the blinds and gets a free orbit.
Yeah, with how short Sim's stack is compared to the field, I don't think he really cares about that much anymore. He just needs to try and take down the big blinds where he can. He's really not under that much ICM pressure. Thomas is just barely a larger stack than him. He's not really trying to outlast Thomas, who's clearly been shown willing to make big folds and perhaps play a bit close to the vest. So Sims knows he's going to have to create his own action. I like the approach that he's taken to this FT so far. Got a comment in the chat. Looks like it's from Dipod. How long has the tournament been going on? Lots of flights led into this tournament. Day 2 started on Sunday around 3 p.m. After that, the players played down to a final 9. So lots of these guys have been playing poker for, what, almost 20 hours, Dan? Maybe more than that?
Yeah, something like that. And this final table started just about, what was that, 4 hours ago now? No.
Yeah, the
3 hours ago?
Yeah, you know, it's about 4 hours ago. You're right. The players started playing at about 3 p.m. We're on that hour-long delay. So about 4 hours of gameplay today, plus all of Sunday and the day before, probably, for a lot of these guys.
Yeah, a lot of play here. All the chips in play. It seems like it's been a a lot of waiting, and then action. It's
Yeah, bursts of activity.
yeah. When we do have a hand that's huge, it seems like we have 2 or 3 hands in a row like that, and then back to 6-5, Queen 7. You know.
Yeah. Well, I see 2 7s in Fam's hand, dealer button, and he is currently barreling down and looking at the big stack Anderson and the shorty Sims. He will raise. Big enough hand to do it, and Sims with King 10 offsuit and a real decision. And his decision is to get in.
Tell you what?
Bam, asking for a count here. It's hefty. But he makes the call, and it will be a flip. Bam, the slight favorite here with the made pair already, but Sims does have 2 overcards. Sims with the shorter stack. He will be at risk here. Needs to improve, or he will be eliminated in 5th place.
Sims spikes the king ball on the flop. Fam looking for 2 outs. A red 7 must come. And if it doesn't, big double for Sims, who has also held on through a wild start to this tournament, and that is going to do it. Sims doubles up and swaps positions on the leaderboard with Fam. Fam and Thomas are now the short stacks, while Sims has entered that middle position, and that is a really big turn for him. Fam and Thomas down to the 4.5 million ballpark range. Anderson, your new chip leader, after stacking Kumar in those 2 monster hands, 13 million in his stack.
What a crazy turn these last few hands. Less than 2 orbits, and the whole board looks different.
I think exactly in orbit. 9 hands changed everything on this table. That is a 6 switch in the way the chips are situated. Sims has also been quite patient. He's picked his spots well, and he's not been afraid to put his chips in the middle. He's jammed a couple of times. So good on him for being willing to go after it, willing to take those flips, and wins a big one in crunch time. Sims now
500,000.
Jack 6 suited, opens from the dealer button. He wants to get aggressive. Like I said, he's ready to make his own action. He's not going to wait around for the perfect set of cards to come to him. And I think Sims also familiar with the fact that to the aggressor goes the spoils on these final tables. He's going to try and take that pole position for himself.
Yeah, in this game, obviously, a lot of the times a game of momentum, too. You know, when somebody's on the heat, taking initiative, a lot of times people don't want to tangle. But
well, Anderson wants to tangle too. He said, I've got the chip lead, buddy. Bites back 2 milli and snap fold from Sims.
yeah, ace-10, no longer on the line type of hand. When you're 5-handed, that's a big old hand right there. He's going to go ahead and put the pressure on.
Especially versus a button open. It is time to fight fire with fire, especially with your newly found chips. Almost 14 million now for Anderson.
And there are just over 38 million chips in play, so that is over a third of the chips in Anderson's stack.
One full.
Small blind for Thomas and ace king off of the shortest stack at the final table. You can choose to limp, you can go for a jam. Kind of in the same situation where we saw Anderson earlier, where he was blind versus blind with Kumar. I really like a small raise being the preferred option. Take down the big blind if your opponent's got scraps. If your opponent has a medium strength hand, they want to bite back at you, they can. And even if your opponent calls, you're going to be in good shape before the flop. And that's really what you care about. Mazerov has, again, the strongest hand in poker, Jack High, with a 4-kicker.
Yeah, the raise will not get a call this time. Big Slick just taking it down.
Dipod asking in chat what the buy-in was for this one. This is our $1,100 main event, so $1,100, and we beat our guarantee by quite a solid margin. Guaranteed $500,000 for this bad boy, and we ended up getting around 630K. So very nice stuff here for the Champions Club. We're also going to have another big tournament. It is our March Madness multi-flight, multi-bag tournament. That is going to be an $800 buy-in with another $500,000 guarantee. Buy-in going to be a little shorter, so more people can potentially enter and try and get a piece of another juicy prize pool that will hopefully have another six-figure score for first place.
Yeah, and that'll be a super fun weekend, and there will be plenty of opportunity to get in there. We're also going to be running satellites into that $800 tournament that Wednesday and that Friday with lots of seats guaranteed. So the satellites are going to be fun too.
We're going to definitely try and fire some of those satellites. I'm definitely a big proponent of Team Satellite. Let's get in there.
Another decent hand for Thomas. This time he raises from the button. Oh, he just calls with King Jack. Interesting. Fam will check his options. Suited one gapper, and it's 60-40 Thomas going into the flop. And still the favorite. No pair, no wear. Check, check. Now Fam hits a 7. And he's going to lead out. And likely just take this down. This board obviously favoring the big blind. Bet and take. If you're not on Poker Atlas already, you should be. Not only can you see what's going on in your local card rooms, but now, no cash, no waiting, just play. You can also enter tournaments directly from the app. You can get payouts from the tournaments right on there. Credit cards are accepted. Nice way to get involved without bringing a bunch of cash to the room. King 9 suited for the chip leader. Opens under the gun. 550K is the number. Action will fold all the way around. Dealing the blinds now we're 675 or 625K. Very lucrative in whittling down the stacks of these shorter stacked players.
Just defending on big blind. Been defending me anyway? That should be fair. I got all this trash, so I don't do it.
An open for Mazerov from the cutoff. Gets an all-in shove from Fam here. Pocket fives. And it would be a flip if Maz makes the call, but I don't think he's going to with 10-8 suited. A large shove from Fam, almost 5 million. And he'll just pick up the blinds and that raise. A nice pickup here with no flop necessary. Suited ace now for Pham in the cutoff. He has been the most aggressive player so far, and he is not slowing down now. Raised to 550, gets a better ace to fold. All the way around to the big blind. Thomas will not defend his king tray, and Pham picks up some more chips. Blinds coming around quick now. Five-handed poker. Average stack right at 30 big blinds, but Anderson skewing that average with over a third of the chips in play. Folds to the button. Anderson opening with queen nine suited makes it 550. Thomas thinking about it from the small blind. King 10, and he's going to rip it. And quickly folds to Anderson. He's looking at the stack, looking at the clock, and making the fold. Big pay jump between 5 and 4. Almost $9,000. 29-1 for 5th place, 37,915 for 4th. 117,000 up top. Anderson continuing with the aggression here, though, putting the pressure on. Going to raise it up again. King 9 this time, 550 still. His opening sizing. Mazerov looking down at ace-jack, out of position. Could go either way here. Should be a raise or a fold, probably not a flat.
1.8.
Goes with the raise to 1.8. Pham in the big blind, quickly out of the way. Action back on Anderson. Raise and fold 2 hands in a row. That's not going to feel good, but it is the right move here, most likely. You will get out of the way. King Queen for Thomas in the cutoff. He is the shortest stack right now, but not in a dire emergency. Has more than 10 big blinds. He's just going to open 550. Mazerov with the same exact hand on the button.
$1.3.
And he's going to come with another 3-bet, 1.3 million. He's got the chip advantage here and position. It's going to be tougher for Thomas to call with king high than it is for Mazerov to raise with it. Pretty sizable 3-bet. Thomas would be putting over a quarter of his chips in the pot to make the call. This might be an all-in or fold situation.
You got 5 jacks. 6. Oh, 6. Aggression paying off here for Mazerov, who most likely would have split that pot. Instead, takes down that raise. And Thomas now down to 4 million. Still well above 10 bigs. Holding all the way around to the blinds, and Sims looking down at ace-jack, just calling here. Disguising the strength of his hand, Anderson gets to see a free flop here, the Octocrab. Ace high still in the lead, no pair, nowhere, but Anderson does pick up a gut shot. Check, check. Best hand gets better. Top pair, top kicker for Sims. Anderson now double gutted. A 10 or a 6 makes a straight for him. And Sims check again on the turn, gets Anderson to take a stab here with the draw. That's 400,000.
Really nice situation here for Sims. He is going to put in the raise, it looks like, $1,050,000.
Very well disguised hand here. Sims limped in from the small blind, giving Anderson a free flop and a free turn.
Anderson, chip leader, going to apply some pressure here. Him making this call has got to be spooky for Sims. Can't necessarily just place Anderson on a draw. Anderson could very easily have two pairs of some kind, but the great news for Sims is that is a relieving river card. Top two pair, never letting go of this hand now.
Yeah, only losing to the straight, or perhaps a set, but very unlikely there with the free, free flop, free turn.
If he was somehow ahead on the flop, Anderson, of course, in Sims' mind, he's not anymore. And if he's got a straight, he's got a straight. Time to die. I think Sims is very happy to get the chips in. It doesn't mean I think he's going to jam, but okay. Well, I'm the worst commentator in poker history. He does, in fact, go all in, over bet, jamming the pot. Anderson has 8 high. He's going to fold. Sims probably recognizing that if Anderson actually did have a strong portion of that continue range, he might just flick in the call with like 9-7, 9-5, Jack 5, that sort of thing. So
yeah,
target the top of the range, don't get the value, but you do get the pot, and with it, 7 million chips in Sim stack.
Yeah, nice pot there, and taking a little chip out of Anderson's chip lead, but Anderson's still in the lead here. Does move down a bit though, closer to Mazerov now. Only 1.1 million separate them. Bam, Jack 7 suited and a raise.
Pondering his decision here with the ace-4 off from the big blind, 250K in the stack. Thomas shifting around uncomfortably in his seat. Doesn't look happy. If I were going just straight off of body language, that shift would have told me at least something.
Yeah, tough to defend such a small ace. Now, Pham has been very aggressive here, opening maybe a little bit wider than the other players. But it's a tough spot, especially out of position. Now, if you hit your ace, how do you feel about that? You just never know where you're at.
And even then, this is a trashy board for Thomas. King 10-7. Pham's going to have all of this in his range, so Thomas is going to feel pretty handcuffed here, post-flop with ace high.
Yeah, and we know Pham hit this flop and took the lead. He bet 350,000, pretty small relative to the size of the pot, but it is 10% of Thomas's chips, and he has to let go.
Thomas's stack down to 3.2 million. Still has some life, but again, slipping towards that dangerous 10 big blind territory.
Yeah, and we are not too far away from the next blind increase, I believe, right around an orbit, and he's probably well aware of that, looking at the clock.
April.
A walk for Mazerov.
Gotten a couple of those now.
Yeah,
Give a
we're
walk, get a walk.
seeing it more frequently now that there's only 5 players.
Yeah. It's kind of hard whenever you peel, 10-4 offsuit or something.
Yeah.
Gotta let it go.
I was thinking about it. You're looking deep down. It's very low, very low. That's what I was thinking. That's what I mean. No. Give me more money. Yeah. My heart's exposed. That's all right. Can't be worse than you. And I'm trying to get 100K off. I don't know what's going on. I have fun being bad. I'm not that I'm bad, it's just I'm not getting good.
April. No.
20,000.
No raise here. Heads up to the flop. Blind versus blind. And Mazerov takes the lead here. Pairing up his 7. King high and some backdoor equity here for Pham. He will call the 1 big blind bet. And pick up a gutter.
Mazerov gonna debate his options here. 2 overs to his 7. Straight is also possible. He'll check. Pham with a gutter ball. Looking to spike an 8 or a king. Checks through, and river card brings in a jack. Mazerov 7 will play and is the best hand.
Maybe just do this board. Can I different order? 7.
Check, check, and Mazerov picking up 1.25. And he is virtually tied for the chip lead now. Less than 1 big blind separating him from Anderson.
I didn't think I was going to do it, but I did. Yeah. Yeah, oh, no, I'm just trying to pull it. Okay. Yeah.
A rip from Thomas with ace-7 in the cutoff. And it's going to work out here to pick up a set of blinds and antes. I think we're going to see another raise from Thomas. Under the gun, big slick suited.
Best hand Thomas has looked down at in a long, long time.
Just went all in last hand with the worst ace.
Under the gun with ace king suited. This hand is so strong. I think you should open it instead of jam it. Maybe 500K, 550. Not even like the cheeky, you know, make it a big raise and leave some behind. I think you just make a standard 2 big blind raise. He's just going to jam, which is fine. I just think that maneuver leaves no one any room to call. Like this right here, for example. Ace king suited, I think under the gun, you can definitely make an argument for that small little raise and get Anderson to defend his big blind with a suited ace and be in a dominating situation, you know? And that's not to say this is a blunder. This is a move that I constantly make, actually, in tournaments that I wish I were better about, is kind of recognizing, okay, my hand is so strong that really I don't need to jam to deny sort of equity. I would actually love for my opponents to make a call of some kind or see a flop so that I can take my really high equity hand to showdown and have the best chance of building a chip stack.
Yeah, so hard to make those decisions. 5-handed play. And it's weird. I think there's a meta there also when you've jammed just the previous hand and you're, you know, there's
trying to balance it out, right?
Right.
Gotta have strong hands, gotta have weak hands, for sure. I get it.
He took so much longer to make that decision than the previous one. I think perhaps trying to give some sort of tell, like a false tell, possibly.
Yeah, right. I've tried to mix in some of those false tells into my game. I don't think it works, but I'm trying, you know? It's part of it.
Right.
Bam now looking up at 2 lovely ducklings from the cutoff, 6 million in the stack. More than 20 bigs. For that reason, I would not like a jam.
Wow, goes with us.
Monster
enormous
sizing.
raise, though.
He really is screaming with this raise, please don't call me, and luckily no one had anything to call him with.
It's out of there.
I am too.
Look at this flop, by the way. What a monster for Mazerov, who just flops it blind versus blind, flops the joint. Thomas with a pair of jacks. Thomas making the call here, not believing on this flop. It's all said and done on the turn. Mazerov has a lock on this hand, and we'll see how Maz wants to continue.
150, 300, 300.
$800.
Maz takes down another pot. Thomas's stack dwindles just a little bit more, down to 3.3 million.
Blinds are up.
$600,000.
600,000.
Dims opens up the action under the gun with the ace-10 off. Blinds at 150, 300, 300K, and it just folds through.
These days we take those.
Anderson, calm, cool, and collected, as always, shuffling those chip leader chips and those plaques. Maz has, of course, since retaken the chip lead after winning a nice little pot off of Thomas. Flopping the joint five-handed is pretty good, some might say.
I'll let some.
I have a hard time flopping the joint when we're, 100-handed in the tournament,
Right.
so I'll take it five-handed for sure.
A little easier to get some value off it when you're 100-handed, but
Yeah, for sure. You still got some value.
indeed.
Well, 7-4 gets there, and by there I mean the muck. Very sorry, Dan.
I don't blame them. It's an advanced move. These are obviously beginning players
Yeah,
that don't understand.
They're just trying to figure out, the ropes of Hold'em. I get it. They should probably go play our deuce to 7 triple draw tournament that's currently going on right now. That might be more.
7-4, a really great starting hand with that for that game.
Yeah,
actually,
2, 3, 7, 4, 5. Is that the nuts? Is that wheel
Yes.
1? I'm learning, Dan. I'm trying to learn. Not a mixed game fella, as you can tell. Is that the wheel 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8 or something? What's the best low card combo in deuce to 7?
In deuce to 7, it's deuce to 7. Deuce 3, 4, 5, 7.
Okay, so you skip the 6, add the 7. Got it.
Best hand with no straights or no flush.
Well, 7-4 definitely gets there in deuce to 7.
Or worst hand, I should say.
It's the best hand.
Yeah,
You
it's
just gotta
the
invert
best
your
hand in that
rankings.
game, but yeah. Yeah, triple draw tournament going on right now. Deuce to 7, one of the 3 games. Ace to 5, the other one, and then Badoogie, which is a 4-card game where you're trying to get all wheel cards with all different suits. Pairs are bad. So it's ace 2, 3, 4, all different suits is the nuts in that game.
Flushes count against you, pairs count against you. Ace is a high card, so you never want to see that hand. It's a fun game. I wish I could play, but not tonight. Not to be. We got things to do over here. We got to watch someone scoop in that lovely trophy and the big cash score that comes with it.
If you like the mixed games, though, the good thing is even when we don't have a tournament series going on, we typically do a mixed game tournament every Monday evening. So
yeah,
lots of fun stuff.
Maz is taking the aggressive route with the Queen 8 suited, raised to 600K. And Fam's got a really good starting hand under those considerations. But he is just going to fold because of the short stacks. Look at that pressure. He has to fold King Queen offsuit. That's the power of being the chip leader right there. Anderson's going to defend his offsuit king, and he's going to be crushed. Mostly because King Queen was folded, so if Maz catches his queen or his 8, Anderson's in big trouble. But Anderson still has the best hand on a actually very dry Jack 4 deuce. As his clean outs are perhaps not there. See if Anderson can sniff out what this Maz c-bet is all about. The c-bet of 400K. Anderson with, or 500K, excuse me. Anderson with just king high, backdoor straight draws.
Yeah, bet and take it, and the lead increases for Mazerov, and bad news for Thomas. He's going to have to put 2 of his 11 big blinds in the middle here. The pressure is on for the short stack. 3.3 million with 300K big blinds right now. And it looks like we have 3 clear tiers of chips right now. Mazerov and Anderson with the big stacks. Fam and Sims basically tied in the middle, and Thomas looking for a double right now. Down to 5 players. Everybody guaranteed 29K. The jump between 5th and 4th is really close to $9,000. 4th place, 37.9. And then first place, of course, 117,625. Everybody looking for that top place in this lineup. I don't think we're going to see a chop with these players unless it gets down very deep in the tournament and everybody has very close in chips.
Agreed.
Where it becomes sort of a flip. There's just so much play in this tournament, and all of these guys, super strong players, they want to play it out.
Super strong player, super strong hand. Maz under the gun with 9s. Thomas peeling the ace-8 of diamonds in his big blind. There's a chip leader open. Let's see if he wants to gamble.
And Mazerov has been pretty aggressive for a few hands here now. Thomas might think he could be opening very wide. Last time Thomas took a long time like this on a decision, he rammed it all in with ace-king, and he's ramming it all in again.
All in and a call. We've got a little bit of a flip here, 66-33. Thomas is going to need to drill an ace or some diamonds if he wants to survive this one, Dan.
Yeah, he is at risk with the shorter stack and needs the help, or he will be eliminated. In 5th place, taking home about 29K, and so far, not great. Now he needs to hit an ace that's not a heart, and he does not.
At the end of it all, Maz stacks another player, and it is a great run for Benjamin Thomas. I believe he finished 4th or 5th in the PLO tournament earlier, and he's done so again. 5th place finish here. on our main event. Congratulations on a deep run, Ben, and we hope to see you back here soon. $29,000 to his name is his prize, and everyone else is now going to contend for the remaining prize pool. $37,915 guaranteed for the next person who busts out, and then $50K for third. Huge pay jumps incoming.
Yeah, big pay jumps between these last few spots. A great week for the engineer, Ben Thomas, but he probably would have liked to get a double there and have a shot at that big number. Always bittersweet, but what a run, you know. 645 players to make it to the final table again in a big tournament here. These players are just so strong. Down to 4 players. That means the blinds are going to be coming around quick, but no short stacks now. Everybody with above 20 big blinds again. Average stack sitting right at 30, 32 big blinds to be exact, but Mazerov dominating here. Not quite half the chips in play, but closing in on it.
That was the last even number.
1 million.
Well, Maz thinks that, you know, she wasn't cheating. He's raising to $1 million with the Jack 4 off.
Well, it turns out to be the best hand by far here. Bam dominated with the Jack tray. Obviously, it would be a chop most of the time. Those kickers aren't going to matter if it gets to a full run out, but what the?
Oh my fam.
What is going on here?
He just said, yeah, nice try, buddy. I'm all in. What a play. I mean, that's sick. I have no explanation for that one. I know that from the big blind, you are supposed to have a bit of a polar rejam range. You are supposed to have perhaps some nonsense that you go in with, but I think he was just really playing the man, thinking, okay, Maz is just way too wide in this spot. I'm just going to get him to fold almost everything except for the super nuts, and he manages to get that done. It's a nice little play for Fam to pick up some more chips.
Yeah, didn't he see Ben make that exact same mistake one hand ago? I mean, like,
I think it's a little.
I know, obviously.
Blind versus under the gun, but yes, you are right. He said, you know what? Sure, let's go for it. I think I just saw a little eye twitch from Fam, kind of like a, whew, thank goodness that one got through. That would have been one that he probably wouldn't have wanted to talk about if it got shown.
The only thing that could have made that better is if Maz folded face up and showed the Jack 4, and then Fam was able to flip the Jack 3 in his face.
That would have been very funny.
They'll see it on the stream, maybe. Something tells me these guys don't watch these back. They don't care.
Yeah, something also tells me that Maz just doesn't really care about what just happened. He's going to get aggressive right back.
Yeah, continue with the aggression and continue chipping up. Saw a great shot of the... There it is, right there. The trophy on the table. Winter Poker Open main event.
Looks so good. The dark blues fading into the white. Main event champion. That is a gorgeous trophy that they're all playing for. Of course, also more than $100,000, but who's counting?
Right.
These guys are counting, would be your answer.
I'll take the hundo. You take the trophy.
50-50?
Right.
We'll both take 50K and half of a trophy.
I'll take that too. Blind v blind. Sims with Jack 9 suited. Limping in. Anderson looking down at Ace 9.
Sims the short stack now, but with 20 big blinds, plenty of play. Anderson will just check here. Going to be pretty under-repped going to this flop with ace high and no raise. 7-4 gets there. Neither of these players connect though. Ace high still good. Checks through. Still no pair.
No pair, no wear, but Anderson dominating with the ace high.
450,000.
450 is the bet. Anderson doing a quick suit check, followed by a call, looks like.
Tim's going to need some help here. But if he keeps up with the betting, if he keeps this lineup, he may take this pot though. Anderson still not connecting, just ace high. It would have to be a hero call.
Yeah, I mean, Sims knows he has no shot at winning this pot with jack high, so I think he's going to pump it here. He's been very good about picking his spots, and he has to recognize he's back down to the shortest stack in play, so he needs to make something happen. And he's got to take these incredibly repped lines where he goes for it here, and I like it. He goes for 1.15 million. Anderson not loving it.
If he can sniff this out, he'll be back up on near the chip lead and basically cripple Sims here. But man, what a tough call to make. Very wet board. Blind versus blind, all those small cards out there. The question is, if Sims turns a queen and bets for value on the turn, why would he bet this river? That's a scary river card. And if you've got value, maybe you just go check, check. Or check call mode.
Yeah, and thankfully for Sims, the good news is I think he picked a good size here because he is going for a kind of please call me sort of sizing. It's not an overbet of the pot. It's not super polar, so it seems like it could be value. And there it is. Hero call from Anderson is correct. Nicely done, sir. Scoops in 4 million additional chips, and he said he's here to play. Nice hand, Anderson.
Wow, what a call there. And now up over 10 million chips again, and Sims down to less than 15 big blinds. I admire the play from Sims. I mean, he went for it there, trying to win the pot the only way he could.
And you kind of have to at this stage of the tournament as a short stack. If you just roll over your belly and surrender and then hopefully win a flip later in the tournament, that's not really going to do you any good. You've got to fight for it if you want to win first place here. And he's got really no pressure against him right now with the clear shortest stack. He's got to make moves, and he's making moves. It just didn't work that time.
Yeah, especially when you're in the blinds half of the hands now. In four-handed play, those blinds are just coming around so quick. You can't just wait around. You're going to be losing a significant proportion of your stack every few hands. And Pham now looking down at a small pocket pair again. We saw him raise huge with deuces a few hands ago. Going for a more standard size with the trays. A much better pair.
Of course. I mean, it's always a better pair than deuces, right? Mazerov finds himself ace-jack in the big blind. He can just defend against the under-the-gun open, but he's got the chip lead.
How much you got total? Like 8?
That is not the question you necessarily want to hear when you have pocket threes.
Right?
That's good then. All in?
It's
there it
all
is.
In from Mazerov.
Rips it, and this is just a disaster for Pham, who has the short stack of Sims on his left. He does not want to bubble and give that pay jump away for free, so he's just going to let his trays go. To the chip leader goes the spoils. Maz picks up another one above 16 mil.
I was about to say that It's interesting that Pham kind of mixes up his sizing. Almost all the other players at the table have been very consistent with their opens. You know, whatever the size is, they kind of stick with it. Pham, very unpredictable. And not giving away any tells. Not that he had to show either of those hands, but went with a very different sizing with two very similar hands.
Good news for him is he'll be picking up the chips regardless, Maz, that is. Pham is trying his best to stay tricky, which is also one of the traits of top players that I envy. When people don't know what you're doing at any given point, it makes you really hard to play against, especially if you're super solid. Blind versus blind again. Maz versus Pham.
Call 300.
Maz electing to just call here, and Pham checks his option. The 9-7 in the lead for Pham. And picking up a pair to go along with it.
Expect this hand to end sooner rather than later. Maz going to put in a little feeler bet to see what's going on, but Pham will really never be folding a 9 unless he gets just a horrific run out. King of Spades might not be his favorite card, but still got to be pretty happy with 2 pair.
Especially with Mazerov limping in pre-flop. He's not going to have a whole lot of kings.
The only kings that Mazerov would have from a theoretical perspective when limping is actually the best ones, like ace king or king queen suited or something like that, that he would be limping as a trap to try and get Pham to make a mistake. I do think he would probably mix and raise with hands like king jack, king 10, so Maz not really going to have a king too often unless he has the king. He's going for the double barrel, and he's going to need to find the triple if he wants to win this pot.
I don't think he can win this pot with any number of barrels now.
You think Pham's never folding to a jam?
You're good. Fine.
I mean, it's possible, but it feels like when there's 3 million in the pot, I don't know.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's tough, especially with such a solid player like Pham.
Well, it goes check in any case, and he'll pick up that pot there, and now has twice as many chips as Sims. Sim all alone down there at the bottom, looking for a double.
Raise 600. 9-4.
Anderson and an ace-4 suited opens under the gun and gets Sims to defend his big blind, which he does not have very many of. Only 10 left, 10 and a half. Eight-6 flops a pair, as does ace-4. 8-6 in the lead. Anderson quickly checking it back, and a favorable turn card for Sims, who picks up a gut shot straight draw in accordance with his sort of range. He is going to like this 9 of spades a lot. Checks many a time, and pair of sixes good at showdown.
6 check. Show me a 6.
A walk for Anderson.
I see a couple more walks, especially beforehand. We're just going to keep joking about that until we get down to heads up. Probably not going to see walks heads up, but we'll see plenty of walks 3- and 4-handed, I have a feeling. So number of hands dealt will speed up a lot.
Yeah, I'm guessing you're correct.
Not a hard prediction to make. Not feeling very brave today. We are into the twilight hours of this tournament here, at least as far as number of players left. We started with more than 600 runners, and we've got 4. Pham, Sims, Anderson, and Mazerov are all vying for that beautiful trophy and for about $120,000. Pham is under the gun. $600.
600 for one. 6-4.
Double down.
9.
Lots and lots of clubs on the flop. Maz pairing the queen has the best hand. Pham, of course, with a gut shot to Broadway, but no club in his hand. He's going to fire a little bet, which will probably get called by Maz. Second pair. We'll see. Makes the call. Turn card brings in the 5 of spades, which won't change a darn thing. Queen is still good.
$9.75.
Pham is not scared of the chip leader. He knows if he's going to want to win this tournament, he's going to have to do it by going through him, making it $9.75 to go. Now applying some reasonable pressure to Maz's pair of queens. Maz really does not want to see a 4th club roll out on this river, but he's not folding second pair, not heads up small blind versus big blind. And this is where Maz's experience as a pro really shines through. Not scared despite what looks like a scary board. And the river card is, fortunately for Pham, the one that he dreamed of. Wow. Manages to get there. Now Pham went from stone cold bluff to give me a call, please. I want to see what he makes it. I don't think you go polar here. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. Yeah, he goes half pot, 1.7 million. Half of the pot is good. Going any bigger and you might actually risk getting only called by flushes.
Yeah, what a disgusting run out for Mazerov. Pham's bluffs a lot of the time are going to be the king of clubs here, so it's just, I mean, everything gets there on this river.
And even then, the king of clubs is a semi-bluff. You feel like you have so much hand heads up with the super draw, but let's see. I mean, Maz can't beat an ace. He can't beat a lot of queens. Well, I mean, obviously because of the board, all the Broadway cards are out there, so really he'd be more worried about 2 pairs. Maz knows that Fam simply can't have hands like ace-queen, ace-jack, ace-10 suited because he would have raised those pre-flop. So Maz sniffs out that this is probably going to be a bit under-bluffed. He gets out of the way with the queen and makes the right fold at the right time and made the right calls at the right time. So can't really say he played the hand poorly. He did about as well as you can hope for.
Yeah, and just like that, Fam basically tied with Anderson here.
And that's going to make life really tough for Sims, who is far and away the short stack here. Meanwhile, Fam, Anderson, and Mazerov all up top with big stacks.
Yeah, and all 3 of those players are going to be eyeing Sims' stack here, trying to knock him out. And they're not going to be very incentivized to tangle with each other as much.
Anderson is under the gun. He's not the one who has to do the dirty deed. It's going to be Fam this hand who's going to be responsible for putting pressure on the shorty, but Maz has an ace. He's got removal to Sims' all-in range, so I think Maz is going to be opening this up. Makes it 700K. Folds to Sims, who 9-7 suited off of his stack is probably just barely enough to defend. He will call. Sims is not scared to defend his big blind. And look at this flop. Absolute bink for Sims. 2 pair on a monotone board. General rule of thumb, those monotone boards are going to be a lot better for the big blind range. But even more so, Sims has just absolutely flopped it. Maz has showdown value, so he doesn't need to turn his hand into a bluff. He'll check. And I think Sims is going to start firing now, which will signal the end for Maz. Got about 3.6 in your stack, 1.8. Bet this much and then have less than 1 SPR on the river. I actually would have kind of liked an even smaller bet from Sims, maybe something like 400 or 500K just to sculpt that river jam. But Sims is totally fine getting the fold now, hence this bigger sizing. Needs to protect from higher spades as well. Maz lets it go.
Much needed chips for Sims. Still below 20 big blinds, but that's going to feel really good there, picking up some chips, up over 5 million now.
Yeah, we'll make that work.
Main fold.
Bam. With a button raise here, keeping the aggression up, but he's going to run into it now as Sims has big slick in the small blind. And he's just going to rip it all in.
Well, that rip's not getting called by Fam.
Not this time. Sims now up over 20 bigs. A little momentum shift here. Sims is 1 pot away from being right up there. If he wins a pot off Mazerov, everybody's going to basically be tied in chips here, and this could go on for a long while.
think so.
And now it's Fam with the monster. He's been very aggressive here, raising a lot of the hands. Makes this one 700,000 as well, and it will quickly fold around to Mazerov, suited queen. Getting a price here, but
Call 7.
probably not going to pay off too many bets. Post flop makes the call, and here we go. 10 still well out in front, but backdoor equity here for Mazerov. Backdoor straight and flush draws. And Fam checks it back. Mazerov now hits a 6. Might be the money card for Fam, but the board is very well connected here and obviously favors the big blind defense.
700 from 9.
Mazerov leading now for 700. Fam makes the call, and we have over 3 million in the pot now. What a card, if you were worried.
Absolutely blasts the river with the 10 of clubs. Didn't need that much hand. All right, now what are we targeting here? It's just a matter of targeting. You've got to try and get value from a certain subset of hands in these huge spots.
1.8.
Great size. I love it. I was going to say 2 million, maybe, something like that. You want to get looked up by a hand exactly like Mazerov's. Get a call from a 7. Get a call from a 6. You think you would have heard from a 5 probably earlier in the hand, so don't target that, at least if you're me. Now, there's, of course, some players who like to trap, but Mazerov from the chip lead, probably not that sort of player. So
right.
I think this is a great sizing, intelligently targeting that 6.
Now it's Mazerov in the spot.
He doesn't like it at all.
Yeah, he doesn't want to give chips to Fam, obviously.
And he knows that Fam is capable, and he makes the call. Fam gets value and is our new chip leader. Nice hand and a great bet on the river from Fam. Ahead the whole way and super ahead on the river.
And just like that, Mazerov is in 3rd place in chips now. Fam taking the big lead. Anderson 2nd in chips with just under 10 million.
That's why you play these hands, especially four-handed. It's never a foregone conclusion when someone takes a chip lead. It can all change in an instant.
And we're looking at 4 guys that know exactly where they are on the leaderboard too. They're constantly sizing up their opponent's stack, making adjustments in their play. And they got a lot to keep track of here. It's a roller coaster. And it's a walk for the new chip leader. Fam with the only ace. Wasn't going anywhere anyway.
Sims is looking for a double. He's still pretty clearly the short stack, but separation not as severe as it maybe once was. These players are having to pay almost $1 million in chips every single time the big blind comes to them, and the big blind comes fast. They're paying $350 or $300 something, and then $150 in the small blind unless blinds have gone up. So $750 in orbit is a pretty hefty toll to pay.
Indeed.
The great news for Sims, and maybe you don't view it as great news, but if you're me, I view it as great news. The good news is Fam is now the chip leader, which means Fam is going to try and put pressure on Sims, which means Fam may jam light, like with ace-5 off, for example. So if Sims picks up any big enough of a hand, he can very reasonably double. So I think it's good for him to be in this position where Fam may lunge and try and take a stab at his stack here. Let's see what Sims wants to do with King Jack. I think this is good enough to either check or put in a 3-bet. He does check.
Yeah, very strange to see Fam, who's been hyper aggressive, just limp here with an ace in blind versus blind, but both hands very under-repped going to this 9-high flop.
Not a good flop for Fam's exact hand. Okay flop for the range. This is kind of an equal flop, I think, if you were to put it through a robot or a solver.
Yeah, the limp and check back. Either of these players could have any 2 cards, really.
Ranges are still super wide from both of these players, and they're just going to get out of the way. Fam folds the ace high. Sims gets it through.
And closing in now is Sims on these other middle stacks. And we don't see a whole lot of chops on these streams where we're doing these bigger tournaments. But when you do, it's typically a situation where you have one clear chip leader and the other stacks are very close together.
Yeah.
And we're approaching that type of configuration here.
Uh-oh.
Well,
sorry, Fam. Bims has got the Rockets.
oh man, Fam has stepped in it here.
I love this call, by the way, from Sims. This is the kind of stuff I live for. You don't want to overplay your nutted hands when you're this short. You would love to get value from someone who's just blasting into you when you have rockets. Heads up, aces, or rather heads up short-handed, aces is just so much stronger of a hand pre-flop. Almost always going to be getting it in. I mean, that's just not fair. He just flopped absolute nuts when your opponent is supposed to have all of this board. What a dream.
That's the first time you've ever made that noise in here. I like that.
I mean, genuinely, what more can you possibly ask for?
What is going on
This
here?
is a crazy good board for Fam's range. Fam should be raising any ace in the deck, so going check is fine. I think Sims 100% should just check the turn, be calm,
Yeah,
give the chip leader a
let him
chance
get
to do something because you have too much of the board. What a silly flop. That's
right.
No thoughts required. Remember that time I flopped the nuts, uncrackable, at the final table?
And now Fam putting in a little bet there, little feeler, 700K, about half pot.
Take your time.
Yeah, Sims is going to have to
take your time, be slow, make it look like you have a decision. Make the call probably after about a minute, I would say. Like, make it look like you really have something you're thinking about. Yeah, he took about 30 seconds, makes the call. Might have a 3 or a deuce, and we'll see if we can get Fam to blast.
I love that he didn't look back here. There's no flush draw on the board. You know, like, you have a piece of this if you have a piece of it. You know you don't. Like, this is not the best card, obviously.
Quads.
Quads?
Quick check back.
Fam is like, what? What do you mean quads? Because quads is ace.
Yeah. How?
Ooh, that's funny.
How does anybody have aces in that scenario?
That is a really funny hand. I'm gonna remember that one from this FT, even if it isn't the most monumental hand. That's pretty sick.
And now all the stacks really close together. I mean, Fam's still the leader, but look at this.
It's so flat, the chip distribution. This is, again, any man's game. This is a really, really nice spot for someone like Sims, who now he can start applying pressure back to these guys' stacks in a serious way. If they double up Sims, they're busted from the tournament. So
Right.
they have to be really careful if he decides to get aggressive.
Yeah, any one of these players can cripple any one of these other players at this point. It's
There is no separation, really. But Pham keeping his foot on the gas here, raising it up here with Jack 10.
Well, Sims he's got cards to play back at, and now he's got chips. More importantly, okay, he lets it go. Gave it a big think, but he decides against it. You know what? Fair enough.
Can't make quads every hand, so
right.
You know, he was going to make a straight flush that time.
Yes, right.
But check the oracle, but
even better. Mazerov, ace in the small blind. And now Mazerov's got just about 25 big blinds. He's going to call the 150, and Pham will check his option.
Not perfectly.
Ace, king, jack on the flop. Mazerov well ahead and should be for the rest of the hand. Pham needs to drill another jack. A deuce for two pair would be no good.
Yeah, that would be catastrophic.
Pham basically snap calls there. Doesn't need to take time for the decision. Turn card brings in a meaningless 4 of spades. Mazerov going to take this hand unless he gets a jack drilled on the river. Naz, showdown value with a very weak ace. We'll check, and he's not going to fold to this small bet either. And we're really getting into the nitty-gritty of this final table because these players are consistently using just about as small sizes as humanly possible. 300K, 400K, just little bets all the time. Maz makes the call in amazing shape.
And we have another situation where the shortest stack is about to get a pot from the big stack, and it's just flat, keeps flattening these stacks out. And there's the check back, and
Maz picks up 2.3 million chip pot. Not a huge pot, all things considered, this deep in the tournament. It is huge for momentum. Maz back up to 9 million, Pham down to 11, and we are truly as smooth as can be chip distribution-wise between these four guys.
you guys know, if we stop right now, each of us gonna get somewhere around 70s. You know it? You guys know that? Do you wanna do it? It's up to you. I don't care. Just look at the numbers, 280 total.
What happens with a trophy? You get a trophy?
I don't care, man. The trophy, I don't care.
I'll take a trophy and
Yeah, you
take over. I mean,
it's like, I really don't care. Trophy. What's the,
I mean, probably everybody wants a trophy.
you can have the trophy. You know. You guys want to look at the numbers? I don't care. I don't
Regardless of
know.
what happened, I would want to leave something up top.
Oh.
I wouldn't want to do it even. I just want to play.
It's not gonna be.
No,
even.
no, it's not even. It's ICM. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, so everybody get the amount depends on their
Yeah,
stack
no, I
size.
understand what I
Yeah.
say. No, I would like to play for something. I would like to play it out and just like leave like 10 or 15 games off. That's all.
Leave what?
Like 10 or
He wants to
15K
cycle.
at least.
10K on the.
And the trophy. You know what I'm saying? Like,
You can pause if you want to talk about it.
It would be hard to
If
do.
not,
I think.
otherwise, we can just keep playing. I don't care. I don't know.
yeah, we'll talk about break. How about that? We got 9 minutes.
Sounds like the players are going to talk about some kind of chop on the break. Trying to figure something out.
Which totally makes sense when you look at these chip stacks here. They're all very even. And, you know, all of these players are obviously very skillful, but there comes a point when the blinds are such that at any point you could, you know, get unlucky and suddenly
Oh, sorry.
be facing, you know, the difference of $60,000, you know?
And it sounds like they want to at least leave something up top for, you know, something to play for, which I agree with. They definitely don't want to just voluntarily cede the trophy to whichever person happens to have the most chips whenever they talk about the chop, right?
Yeah.
So it makes sense. We'll see what they decide to do.
Now, currently, fourth place would be right at 38,000, and first place is 117,000. If they do make a deal, it's very likely that they'll take almost an even payout between the four players, and then
put 2,000 on.
sounds like they're talking about
8,000 and the trophy if you guys want to play for it.
there you go, playing for 8 to 10,000, something like that.
Yeah, 3, then it will be 12 on top, and then play for it. It's up to you guys. I don't care, but I got the number. It's 280. Because the flip right now gonna cost a lot of money. The flip right now will cost about 30-something thousand.
That is true. Being on the bad end of a flip will cost you potentially $100,000 if they don't do any chops.
Besides any of that, is anyone opposed? And I don't know if we'd be allowed to do it.
Yeah, we are allowed to do it.
No. Wait, would we be able to extend the break maybe like 15 or 20 minutes? Just like in
It's a great board for Maz's range, even though he's just got ace high. The continued barrel should work here. We'll see if he wants to, but he's not gonna. He checks.
The thing is,
river card is a meaningless 7.
Not tossed, according to your stack.
Check mark delivered for Sims here, but he's not going to love it if Maz does bet here.
65 to 70 for all of us. It's because, you know, if you wait, something can happen, and it's gonna be going down, and then somebody gonna say no. I mean, you know what I mean? That's the one of the situation there.
Check back, and Sims will take it with the only pair. And now he's virtually tied with Pham. Folds to the blinds. Blind versus blind, and Anderson looking down at ace-jack suited in the small blind.
800.
800,000 will be the wager. Pretty big, larger than some of the other opens. 2.5 big blinds, give or take.
Six ways, 700. 9 fold.
Do you know how much? Yeah, like 7? 8.
Quite a moves here. Six and 9 fold.
Blind v blind here. No raise. Fam in the lead, but out of position with the 8-7. Check, check, and the 4 of hearts doesn't change much. Gut shots for both players. Fam now leads out 300,000. Made the call. Jack of clubs didn't change anything. He's going to raise it now on this river and take it down. And Sims, the aggressor, all of a sudden, is now the chip leader.
thought you were trying to with that stuff. You guys too fucking. Oh shit.
650.
Another aggressive raise here from Fam on the button. Suited Jack makes it 650. And Anderson getting in
How long
there.
is that break?
All right, gentlemen, I
And
extended the
that
break to
beeping you
15.
hear means that's the
thank you.
last hand of this level.
Short stack.
Bam takes the lead, hitting a tray here on this flop.
Just count your
And
slack. I'll put it in for
A
you.
fold from Anderson here.
Yeah,
Fam now
fold and,
back up over 10 million. And players are going to be going on a break, and we heard them talking about it. They are going to look at ICM numbers here during the break. A look at the current stack sizes. Sims on top with 11.4, Fam with 10.775. Anderson just below 9 million, and Mazerov now down at the bottom here with 7.5. I believe what they're going to be talking about is an ICM chop, but they're going to save a certain amount to play for. So we will be coming back to some more play here. And typically on the tournaments, we do try to cut the breaks out here, so we keep the action going, but we are getting tight now to where we don't have as much delay to work with. So we're going to have to wait for the players to come back. And there's going to be about a 10-minute break here before we come back to play. So stick with us. We are coming back to the action. They are going to be playing it out for the trophy.
heat in the air. What you say, Mom? I'm a shimmy shape on the back. That's no perfect up in a hat. Said she add to the tap. She still on his back. She on run me on the back. Bring me fire with my flow. Check the vibe and let it glow. Got my crew, we on the rise. Count the wins, we in disguise. Second chips, no time to slack. 7-4, we coming back. Poker face, we never fall. In this game, we strike like gold. 7-4 gets there. Feel the heat, we in the air. What you say, Mom? I want she be shaved on the back. That's no perfect up in a hat. Said she add to the tap. She still on his snack. She on run me on the back. 7-4 gets there. Feel the heat in the air. What you say, Mom? I want she be shaved on the back. That's no perfect up in a hat. Said she add to the tap. She still on his snack. She on run me on the back. He hitting his zone and can his zone. No, fear the tension's high. If they're in doubt, he touches. Raising bets up to the beat. In this poker game, we can't be beat. Chips stacking, just watch us flow. With laughter and cheers, we steal the show. 7-4 gets there. Feel the heat in the air. What you say, Mom? I'm a shimmy shape on the back. That's no perfect top in a hat. Said she add to the tag. She still on his snack. She on run me on the back. 7-4 gets there. Feel the heat in the air. What you say, Mom? I'm a shimmy shape on the back. That's no perfect top in a hat. Said she add to the tag. She still on his snack. She on run me on the back.
Well, I see some Annie chips in the middle. That's a good sign. I think we're coming back here. And from the information that I've received, they are playing for, I believe, 25,000 after an ICM chop. They're going to be updating the numbers as players are eliminated from the stream, so we'll find out as it goes. But a much flatter payout than what we were looking at before. Blinds are up 200, 400,000, and we are back. Now, typically when they make a save like that, only one person is going to get any extra money after the ICM chop. So I'm anticipating some faster action now until it gets down to heads up. Gut shot here for Fam, and he's going to put out a bet. Mazerov still in the lead with Jack high, but I don't think he's going to call here. 500,000 gets it done. Fam, now the chip leader again. Just barely above Sims, though. Less than one big blind is the difference. Now, if they did an ICM chop, which I believe they did, Sims will get the most. But it was so flat, it's not going to be that much of a difference. Mazerov would have taken the smallest amount, but has a chance to come back and win that. Whatever they saved, I believe it was 25,000. Sims opening this one with King 9, 800,000, and Mazerov with the same hand, but out of position in the small blind, facing a raise, is not going to make the call. He'll get out of the way. Fam can defend here, though, with Jack 10 in the big blind for just 400,000 more, and we'll see a flop. Ace high flop. King high is still good, no pair, nowhere. C-bet takes it down for Sims, and he's back on top. A million chips in every pot to start, with the big blind at 400, 400, and the small blind at 2. So these chips are going to be moving around here. Mazerov still has over 10 big blinds, so Not completely an emergency situation, but he's going to be looking to double here, especially since they've already made a save.
Didn't they have those?
Only first place is going to get any more money and the trophy.
Yeah.
Suited ace for Maz on the button.
All in.
He's going to go for all of it. And he'll pick up 1,000,000 chips.
So you guys have something going on in Austin every weekend, basically, huh? Between all the spots, CCAs and lives.
I mean, not every week.
Not every weekend,
But like 4 or 5 times a year at least.
at least.
Like 20Ks and 30Ks,
Yeah.
50Ks and shit like that, but not like big.
Yeah, but then TCA's got the WSOP coming.
That's usually, this is the first time there.
Yeah, right.
And then Lodge's WPT.
Right.
$850.
One raises, 850.
An aggressive raise from Pham again. A suited queen on the button makes it 850, and Anderson makes the call out of the big blind with queen 4. And it's a queen high flop. Anderson with the 4 of diamonds
500.
now has the most equity. You bet of 500,000.
Adjusted numbers?
Yeah, we did that and then playing for 25 more and trophy. So whoever wins is gonna get like 90-ish. I'm short stack now.
Anderson clicks it back, 1.8 million. And Pham comes along. This one's going to be a chop a lot of the time, but Anderson with the 4 of diamonds is going to be a big favorite now and has taken the betting lead from Pham. Jack of clubs, no help to either player.
Six bets, 3 million.
Anderson leads for 3 million, just over half of the pot. All in from Pham.
You got it?
Go.
And Anderson makes the call, looking for a diamond here. Pham would need a 5 that is not a diamond to get the win. It's going to be a chop a lot of the time.
Well, I guess not totally big enough.
There it is.
Wow.
But it's a diamond.
What?
And Anderson now dominating lead. 17.2 million chips in his stack now, and Pham
Spades is going to come out.
down to about 6 big blinds.
That's 6.
You think they would play that hand the same way if we didn't make a deal?
No. No.
I hope
You
not.
probably folded pre-flop.
Yeah.
You would have folded pre-flop right with that. No? I don't know.
It is getting late.
I probably folded on the turn when he bets.
Beginning of the night, I was folding way too tight to you.
I remember back in the day when you were calling third stack 3-bets with Jack-7 offsuit. So I know you got the gear.
Yeah.
Well, Dan, is there ever a better hand to get it all in with your life on the line than this one? I don't think so.
1.2,
I love it.
1.5 even. Yeah, that's right. Oh, no, sorry. 2.5. Sorry. Eights.
Uh-oh.
Double down.
Dan,
Double down?
7-4's in trouble.
I think it's going to win.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, true. All right, let's see it. 7-4. Can we get there, fam?
it's a 60-40 favorite, despite what you're seeing on the screen.
Exactly. Yeah.
Let's go, 7-4.
He's got
Let's
two
get there.
suits that Mazerov doesn't have.
No,
And 7-4 can still get there. It's possible.
Straight flush draw.
8 also gets there. There's a flush draw. 7-4 has some real equity in this all in. But 7-4 does not get there. And Mazerov is going to take out Fam. Updated look at the leaderboards. Fam score, $59,000, 809. Good work for Fam.
Yeah, and again, they did make an ICM save before here. So the numbers that you're seeing there reflect what that save is. They're also playing for 25K more up top, and they'll be updating that as players bust out here. We'll see what they're actually getting paid. Big slick for Anderson. And the dominating chip lead, three-handed now. Sims defending with 10 suited. Calls the small raise. Picks up a couple of backdoor draws here, but the ace-king, big favorite, checks it back. Definitely a better board for the big blind defense, but still no pair, queen of clubs. A better card for the raiser. Maybe Anderson decides for a delayed c-bet here, and he does. He's going to go big, though, 2 million.
Fires it out, and I think that's going to get Sims off of the hand.
Yeah, picked up the gut shot, but we'll get out of the way.
Anything?
Yeah, they're playing the triple. Triple draw.
They didn't do good in 250 or whatever. Is that over?
Yeah.
$800.
Mazerov popping this one with an ace-8 on the button.
Easy call for Anderson. Jack-10 defending the big line.
And again, no pair, nowhere. Ace high in the lead and in position.
700.
700.
And a third pot c-bet.
Red, I got you.
Third pot bet should take this down.
Yeah, not much here for Anderson. And Mazerov's going to have all the kings in his range.
800,000.
5-6 suited on the button for Sims, and he will put in the raise here. Mazerov defending with king or queen tray suited, and he's got the same suit, so he'll be a huge favorite here. Sims, though, with the live cards and the positional advantage here, he is also going to connect to this board and take the lead with the only pair and a gut shot.
Gut shot to the 7, bottom pair. We'll see what Sims wants to do. He decides to check it back with that showdown value. The turn card is the deuce of spades, brings in the spade draw. But not deuce diamond.
Not this time. Just regular deuce.
Maz will take a little stab here. Makes it a milli. Sims with a gutter ball and a pair. Probably going to call.
Well, I thought that was the 6.
Nope, not quite. I was waiting for the explanation for the ding. I was like, I must have missed something.
Doesn't really matter. The 5 gets a check mark either way.
It might matter because Maz is blasting. He's got removal to all those straights, holding a 3. 63 and ace 3 get there on the river.
Yeah, tough to make the call here with bottom pair on the flop, but he's reaching for chips.
Not tough if you're Sims, it looks like. Ooh, he had those over the line, I swear it.
Bulk.
He looks like, yeah,
Oh,
there
we
it
go.
is. Makes the call. Big call from Sims, and he is going to take down a nice pot, 10 million chip pot.
Yeah,
And he's right up there with Anderson.
Yeah, well, suddenly it's 2 guys with a bunch of chips, and Mazerov looking for a double here to get back in the game.
Finally, I got to call someone else's bluff instead of getting my soul. My soul point. Much better than the sun.
Mazerov, no chips, but lots of hand. Ace queen, and he's just going to limp in from the small blind versus Sims. I think Sims is about to double Maz up. I mean, Sims is ahead, but you know what I mean.
Right, with the small pair like this.
There it is.
Just going to rip it and get the bad news.
Rips it and gets snapped off. We got a flippy floppy for all the chips in play. 12 million chip pot. If Maz can spike the ace or the queen from space, he's going to be right back in there with everybody else.
Yeah, if Mazerov gets this double, he and Sims will be basically tied, and Anderson will be way out in front again.
Ace of clubs on Mazerov's hand, so he's got some backdoor equity, but he won't need it. He will get there on the turn. Ace of spades from space, and Mazerov doubles through Sims.
And he's back in it.
5.4. Oh, I don't know this, right?
Now we're looking at the updated chip counts. Mazerov and Sims close to each other. 12 million, excuse me, tongue twister, and 9.5 million for Sims. Anderson, 17 million, well in the lead. Mazerov was well behind these other two, but after getting that crucial double up, it's anybody's game once again.
Yeah, we say well behind, but obviously, I mean, with the blinds this big, he's 1 pot away from chip leader.
hand for Sims, ace-jack offsuit, a small blind.
And a limp. Gives Anderson a free flop here with the 9 suited.
Goes for the trap. Ace high still in the lead on the flop. Queen 5-5.
Stim's just checking here. Going into check call mode most likely. Anderson does take a stab. $500,000. And Sims will make the call. Four of hearts changing nothing.
Very, very irrelevant card here. Brings in a flush draw and some straight draw possibilities. Anderson checks it back, looking to catch one of his pairs, and he can't catch it. It will be Sims with the ace taking the pot.
$800,000.
And he'll lead for 800,000. Trying to get a little extra value here in case Anderson has a queen, but it's going to be a fold.
Sims will start the proceedings with a raise, and we might see our first three-way pot. Mazerov with Jack-10 offsuit and Anderson with a suited queen. Both players make the call, 3 ways to a flop. Now this is more my style. This looks like a cash game hand to me.
Right. Definitely playable hands out of those blinds, and what a flop for Anderson.
Jeez, what a flop for everybody. That's kind of gross. Jack-10 open-ended. King-9 with the gut shot and bottom pair. Anderson top pair in the flush draw. This is a sick flop, three-handed. Everybody's got a pretty nice piece of the board. Turn card makes it triple queens for Anderson. Really favorable for him now.
And Mazerov's going to love this card because now it makes it look like his jack is out in front here. It's very unlikely that somebody has a queen. Anderson just has all of this.
6 bets, 2.2.
Anderson leads out for 2.2 million, and Mazerov makes the call without too much thought here. That'll get Sims out of the way, bottom pair. Not liking all that action. 7.2 million in the pot now. And the flush gets there. Mazerov misses his straight, so that might save him from paying off a bet here. Anderson has so much of this, he may decide to just check it.
Almost too much of this, right? All the hearts, all the queens.
He may think that the only way he can get value is to check it here and hope that Mazerov has something to blast with.
I don't think he's going to. I think we're going to see a bet. Probably something in the ballpark of 4 million, 4.5 million maybe.
Sure.
Checks it. Nope, you're right. Superstar, Dan. It's going to be the saving grace of Mazerov. He has to check back that river.
Right. I get it right every once in a while. Anderson now with over half the chips in play, 20 million in his stack.
And Mazerov back down to 8.6.
Let's see if he can close it out.
Small, yeah. I had a jack.
Very close. Up. Check.
Queen 10 improves. Top pair here, but a gutter for Sims. Not quite a gutter yet. Backdoor straight drop for Sims. Not as good as I thought that flop was for him. He'll get right out of the way.
Yeah. Oh, 100? Yeah.
$800,000.
Free range, 800,000. Full. Big. Very cool.
Yeah.
Due to connector for Sims here, opens this one up to 800K, and Maz will see the flop from the big blind. It has him dominated with 10-8. And it's all Broadway cards again. Mazerov with a gut shot. And the 10 high is good.
Free bet. 550. Go.
Card brings some equity for Sims here. Going clubbing here.
Yeah.
Mazerov with just 10 high. Sims might want to check his equity, but maybe he just goes for the double. Double, toil and trouble. He's got the range advantage, and he's turned a draw, so he's really pushing it now. Fires away and gets it done.
Action, it's 3 bets to whatever. Makes him feel it.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
Queen 5 and a limp in for Mazerov. Sims looking down at 3-4. And we'll just... Oh, I thought that was going to be a check for sure, but he lifts it up here to 1.2.
Will just put in the raise, as you were going to say.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, gentlemen. Completion of the hand, 250, 500. 500 big blind hand, 250, 500.
We are going up to 250, 500,000 on this next hand. They did shorten the levels to 30 minutes after the chop deal that they made on the last break, so that'll speed up things as well.
Yeah, 255. Budget 30.
Raise.
9 raises. 1 9.
Mazerov opens it up. Sims opens it up just a little bit more. Woo!
Oh, we could see a three-way all-in here, a pair for
that's dangerous.
Anderson as well.
Is Anderson going to do it? I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, this is really close. I think if you were to run this through a solver, you might just call, especially with all the ICM stuff out of the way, but dang, what a weird spot for Anderson. I think Sims is probably freaking out a little bit since Anderson hasn't immediately folded.
Yeah, it's a weird spot because you want the two short stacks to bust each other out in some ways, but in some ways you don't want to be up against somebody who has the same stack as you know?
Mazerov also probably absolutely hates this tank because even if Anderson folds, he might be thinking, well, Anderson must have folded one of my aces.
Right. Yeah, I think Mazerov is going to be a fold no matter what now.
Agreed.
He probably was going to be anyway, but
now definitely.
And if Anderson makes this call, Sims is going to be a huge favorite to be the chip leader. Taking inventory.
It's 10.
It's 9.
Is there another?
Boy, definitely takes his time and gets out of the way here. I think it's going to be an easier decision for the ace-4.
Very easy decision for ace-4 at that point.
A hand you would expect I would have. That's one hand in that class. I'll tell you at the end, maybe.
The end.
Yeah. What'd you have?
That's 7.
Oh, 6. I had 8s.
You got 8s?
I had an ace. Bad ace.
I was thinking 8s was right.
Very honest
Oh,
player.
you're
250.
also 5s and
Surprising.
but yes. Close for you for sure.
It was a good fold. I was gonna
A
call
lock
him.
for Maz.
You're going to go?
I had queen high, but
Nothing to play with for these players on that hand. It will fold around. If you're liking the tournament coverage out there, be sure to give us a thumbs up, like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Come visit us here at Champions Club. We're at 6440 West Sam Houston Parkway South, Houston, Texas. The only poker club in the entire state with a hotel on site. You can come stay and play here. Book your room, championsclubtexas.com.
Mazerov is looking down at one half of American Airlines, the Ace of Hearts. He's going to raise that up, almost certainly. Might be all his chips. Yeah, there they go. Suspicious fold from the big blind, but we'll have to overlook that one this time.
Can't believe it.
Yeah, me neither.
I hope we see 7-4 this many times on the cash game Wednesday.
Yeah, there's going to be some nice cash games here in the room. Looks like we're going to have a fun stream on Wednesday, 5-10-20. I think that one's going to be, and then a fun 1-3-6 stream also being put together on Thursday. Be sure to check it out. And of course, PLO with the Stallions returning with our usual weekly coverage Tuesday nights. That'll be tomorrow.
Yeah, the Stallion stream has been great the last few weeks. I hope we have a very similar lineup again tomorrow. If you've been missing out on that, it's they've been playing 10-25 and it's been getting wild.
They're just getting it in with whatever over there.
Gamble.
Did it slip? I pulled myself there.
Great. Woo! All in from Anderson. It's good enough.
Yeah, the Jack-9 out of the small blind, putting max pressure on the small stack. And Mazerov will have to get out of the way. 9-5 suited, not good enough.
As I was pitching it or something?
And Anderson with another raise here, just king high. Mazerov with the suited connector.
All in.
And he's going to rip it all in here with 9-8 suited. 6.725. It's a flip if Anderson makes the call, but it's a lot easier to raise with king high on the button than it is to call an all in with king 4 offsuit.
7.6.
Mazerov's range will be pretty wide, though, with not very many big blinds left in his stack.
Anderson gets out of the way nonetheless.
And Mazerov back in business now, up to almost 9 million. Started that hand with 6.5, I believe. Still plenty of play here.
Nobody is super duper deep stacked anymore, but it doesn't quite matter as much when you are this short-handed. Mazerov looks down at a nice looking hand, Jack 10 offsuit. Less than 20 bigs. Can go a couple of ways.
Raise.
He's going to raise.
And Anderson's going to defend here with the clean diaper. Suited deuce tray.
The better board for the range of the clean diaper, but Mazerov still ahead with jack high. Card that would ordinarily be very good for Mazerov's range, and ace would be amazing for Anderson.
800.
Yeah. A 5 would be even better. It's going to be
It's okay. I need
continuation bet of 800K from Mazerov. Anderson's going to have to give this some thought. On a board like this, you could check raise from the big blind. But it's going to be a check call from Anderson. And a pot starting to brew here.
Deuce on the turn is the lead for Anderson. Mazerov with just jack high.
Got a 1 pair draw.
I kind of draw.
Hard to make a pair, heads up.
Well, there's 2 of them for Anderson. 6s and deuces, good for the pot. Less likely that Mazerov has a 6. Only has to be worried about an 8 or a 4.
And goes into check call mode, but it's going to go check check, and Anderson picks up the pot. Running hot with the deuce tray.
Running hot in general is Anderson. I will say I'm very impressed with kind of just Anderson's demeanor and gameplay throughout most of this final table. Calm, cool, and collected, as you'd expect of someone running deep in the Winter Poker Open. He's got almost half the chips in play, almost 20 million. Sims with 11.6 and Mazerov with 7 million chips to his name. 500,000 are the big blind antes and big blinds, so that is going to be very soon will Mazerov have to put his chips in the middle, I reckon. He's going to need to catch some heat soon if he wants to catch the trophy.
Indeed, and very likely that the blinds just went up as well with that dealer change, and they'll probably be 300,000, 600,000 if that's the case, which is going to be a lot of pressure. That's going to be 1.9 million in the pot before you see a card.
Pretty sick.
Not there yet, it looks like, but we're going to be there shortly.
Anderson makes the call with the ace-6, and Mazerov peels ace-4 off from the big blind.
I haven't played a whole lot of short-handed tournament poker, but I was just going to say, with a raise and a call, ace-4 doesn't look very pretty to me, and Maz rips it all in.
For 6.6,
and Anderson calls.
He knows he is prepared to go. Calls with the ace-6-0, and he's in amazing shape.
Yeah, Mazerov looking for a 4 here. There are obviously a lot of opportunities to chop this with the small kickers in each hand, but
it's a safe start here for Anderson. The board pairing 10. Anderson on a couple of river cards will actually scoop this pot, and the 6
That's
is
one of them.
Definitely going to be one of them.
Oh, man.
Anderson outright wins the pot, outright has the chip lead, and sends Mazerov home in third.
Maybe I'll take that mic off you.
What a wild final table we've been seeing here. Anderson, the dominating chip favorite now, and Maz is going to be taking home 63,114. They did make a deal before when it was 4-handed, so some of that money saved there. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that I believe that these numbers were actually based on the ICM value there, and I'm guessing that Maz actually got 59,809,
right,
and that Pham, who was the chip leader when they made the deal, probably got the 66.6. And these guys are now playing heads up for 25K and are both right in that 66K area.
Pretty juicy heads-up match between Sims and Anderson. Anderson with about a 3-1 chip lead to start proceedings. $25,000 and a main event trophy on the line. Anderson to kick us off with 6-4 suited.
Yeah, you got to feel good coming into it 3-1 heads up play. Anderson pretty much has carte blanche to raise with any two cards, but Sims is...
Well, Sims has an ace, so he's all in.
Yeah, he's just going to rip it and take it down here. I don't want to say that's Sims' only move, but that's probably the move he's going to use most frequently in this heads-up battle until he gets, you know, doubled up.
It's the best way to kind of enforce some action here with the shorter stack. Make the big stack, make the big decision if he's got a hand to do it with.
$1 million.
1 million.
And as we say that, just a regular raise here with 9-7. Anderson in the lead with 10s. Well, or sorry, 10 high. We'll make the call.
Well, 10 high probably shrivels up a bit on this board. It's he's got a 3 to go along with it though, so that's going to be interesting. Both players having an open ender. Sims with the superior end of the open ender.
But somehow 10 high is still a 60-40 favorite.
Anderson quickly makes the call. And the turn seals his fate.
Man, nutter butters for Sims.
Nuts for Sims. And, I mean, what do you do? Check? I think check is fine. You just have too much of the board.
Yeah, you're not really afraid of anything. But he's going to try to build it up here. Goes 1.5.
Yeah, in a perfect world, if he knew what his opponent had, he would check here. But bets 1.5 million, targeting those pairs that Anderson would have on this board. But he will just win the pot outright. Good to start a heads-up match by winning a nice little pot.
Yeah, putting a little chip in the chip leader's stack there. 25 million to 13 million now. And 2 in a row for Sims, so momentum working in his favor for the moment. Anderson doing big stack stuff here, raising it up here with 3-5.
Sims with the 5-4.
And probably thinking he has 2 lives cards, makes the call. Instead, he's dominating.
Very rare that you're dominating when you have 5-4, but we'll take it. Neither player catching the live portion of the board. Awesome news for Anderson, who's going to take down this pot every single time, as long as he follows through and does his job.
Yeah, I feel like you almost have to c-bet this, right?
Yep, 100% of the time. When you've raised pre-flop in a heads-up situation, just too much of the board in the range. Got to bet. You're going to get all your opponent's riff-raff to fold, and that's fine. You're looking to take it down with a bluff like this hand, so easy peasy for the chip leader, lemon squeezy.
And right back to where they started, pretty much.
Raise.
Another raise from Sims and Anderson with a real hand here.
That one's not getting through. All in from Anderson, quick fold from Sims.
And that's how she goes.
Anderson with a trap, king queen offsuit, limps it in. Sims will check the option with the Robbie. I feel like I've seen that hand a lot of times tonight. Maybe I'm just paying more attention.
It does seem like it's shown up quite a bit.
Well, the trap is set, and Anderson has smashed it. King queen 4.
And Sims hit a piece here, so that could be costly for him.
Anderson plays the lead, goes for $1 million. Sims with a backdoor straight draw and bottom pair, probably going to make the call. Anderson's chip lead becoming more of a gulf. And that is a great turn card for Sims. Front door diamonds get there, and he has an open-ended straight draw now. Anderson checking to see if he has a diamond.
And he's going to rip it.
Denies maximum equity from Sims. Really wants him out of there.
Pair and an open ender. Is it good enough? No.
Definitely not. Not with all those diamonds out there. And Anderson takes in another pot. Widens that chip lead significantly. Sims is also going to limp in from the dealer button, this time with 9-5. He's dominating Anderson's 5-4. And monotone board, super duper high. It's going to be way better for Sims. Another bet and take it incoming.
Yeah, he actually does have the best hand, and he has the only draw.
500,000.
500 for 3.
Don't think there's going to be a single big blind Anderson deposits into this pot that he doesn't have to.
Yeah, no use giving the opponent any chips here when you've got such a big lead. You can just wait for something real or a good bluffing spot and keep the max pressure on Sims, not give anything away. Both of these players are now guaranteed to take home the most money they've ever taken home on a tournament win, at least that was reported. Sims' best cash before this is $43K, and Anderson's best cash $23K. Both of them guaranteed to take home over $60,000 on this one. One of them going to be taking home closer to 90. And Anderson limping in with a monster here. Sets the trap, but Sims doesn't take the bait. We'll see a flop.
Anderson with the backdoor draws and ace high on this board is good. Checks it back, and Sims gets there on the turn. It's a 6.
Great card for Sims, and a little opportunity to build some pot up here. And Goes for a big blind. Anderson will make the call this time. Does have some opportunities here to catch up.
No catch up for him. Would have been a nice flop if it were Jack 6 deuce for
Right.
Anderson to commit some money, but instead it's just going to be Sims's 6, which will win the pot. Try to say that 3 times twice. Probably can't, because I couldn't even do it once.
That's a difficult thing to say. Sims may get a little bit more value here, though. Ace 10 high, a perfectly fine bluff catcher. Sims is going for it. 1.4 million, giving Anderson a pretty good price. Very few missteps from Anderson tonight.
I would argue almost none. He's played tonight extremely well.
Yeah, and as you were saying earlier, the composure, you know, win or lose, he has been unfazed tonight.
He is going to make the call, and Sims gets the value with the 6.
A much needed return of chips. We're right back to where we started. Sims at just over 11 million chips. Anderson right about 27 million chips.
Sims now well within striking distance of the chip lead. A double will be deadly to Anderson's stack.
Yeah, one of those situations where they basically swap stacks if Sims wins one here.
Sims is going to have to win multiple all-ins or multiple big pots. Anderson just has to get it done one time, and then he's got the trophy. Still a huge advantage in his favor. Sims with a suited 4 deuce. He is going to make the call. Anderson with the ace deuce just lets it go and checks it on. Couple of jacks on board, ace high, looking way good.
Yeah, and Anderson with that diamond draw, backdoor as well. Sims with backdoor hearts, but not much else. I don't think you can call a bet here. Anderson bets $1 million and takes it. Both players exercising pot control for the last several hands here. It's going to probably take a big clash for all the chips to get in.
100%. Going to need to see some big hands or a big stab or swing from either of these players, a big move to be made. And they know that the blinds are going to be going up soon. Another shot at that beautiful Winter Poker Open trophy.
I want one of those.
Yeah, me too. I missed my chance this series, though, so we'll have to get them next time, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I dodged a bullet tonight. The registration's closed for the triple, so
very good.
I won't be dumping that money. Well, here's a potential big hand.
Ace-king suited for Anderson. He is going to limp it in.
The trap is set.
Uh-oh.
Sims has an ace of his own, and he rips it all in.
And into the jaws of Anderson. Sims blasts in the ace-3, and Anderson has him crushed with ace-king suited. 75% of the time, Ben Anderson is going to be your champion. Can Sims get there, Dan?
Well, he's going to have to get a lot of help here. I was just looking at Anderson's reaction to this.
Oh,
like,
no. Look at that. That's
not
a 3.
a care in the world.
A 3 for Sims to take the lead. Anderson needs a king to catch back up.
Or a jack.
And a jack gets there on the river. Calm, cool, and collected as ever. Anderson will win the 2026 Winter Poker Open main event.
A new champion is declared, and the best cash of Benjamin Anderson's career It's going to be close to 90,000. We'll get the numbers up in a minute here. Wow. Second place will be going to Charles Sims right here out of Houston. Also his best cash of his career. Pretty exciting stuff for both of these players and a great run for both of them. 645 players entered this main event, $1,100 each. And now we have our champion, Benjamin Anderson out of Killeen, Texas, who has mostly played a lot of smaller buy-in tournaments in Austin, based on what I'm finding about him. And we're happy to have him here in Houston playing at Champions. And look at that, taking home the trophy and all of the monies.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here. Ben Anderson, what a run. Roller coaster of a ride. And that is going to be all. We have our final leaderboard if you want to talk about these payouts, Dan.
Yeah, so Anderson is also going to be adding 25,000 to that number. They put a $25,000 save in there, so he's going to be taking over just a little bit over 90K home. Sims right at that 66K. I do believe the numbers are slightly out of sync here because they made that ICM chop when there were 4 players remaining, so some of those numbers are slightly out of order, but the top 4 basically got 60K-ish, and Anderson will take home about 90K and the trophy.
Yeah, huge stuff for Anderson. Despite the up and down ride, he was calm, cool, and collected the whole time, and he comes away with the glory. Props to all the players who made it this far, to Vo, Dwan, Shaw, Kumar, Thomas, Pham, Zularov, Sims, and Anderson. It was one heck of a final table with solid play throughout. We really didn't see any big mistakes. Everybody came here to play.
Yeah, great lineup, killer players. Fun stuff here. We'll be back tomorrow night with PLO with the Stallions. For Chris McCauley, this is Dan Fouts saying good night.
Good night.
Play your hand, play your hand. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the bags. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the rags. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the rags. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the rags. No fuck, play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand.